The Chaos Chi was an extremely primitive aura between heaven and earth. It possessed a mysterious and unfathomable power. Yan Nantian held the Chaos Stone in his hand. If he borrowed the Chaos Chi, his power would increase again. As expected, Yan Nantian held the Chaos Stone in his hand and stretched out his palm. The Chaos Chi formed a huge palm that covered the sky and earth as it came forward. Those who were watching from afar felt their bodies crack. The Chaos Chi was too scary. It could crush everything. Not good. Retreat. Yen Ryu and the others retreated quickly. Only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian instantly felt a great pressure. Is this the Chaos Chi? His bones were also rubbing against each other. Creaking sounds could be heard from his body, as if it would break at any moment. Lin Xian shouted. A mysterious light appeared on his body. Then, he used the Kunpeng movement technique to its limit. It's useless. You can't escape. Yan Nantian sneered. This is something I obtained in the Void Ocean. You didn't expect it, did you? Ha 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 ha. Today is the day you die. Yan Nantian's eyes shone. But soon, he frowned. His Chaos Chi could crush an area. Even a sage would be crushed into a bloody mist. So what if his opponent dodged? Could he escape from his palm? His palm had already turned into a world of its own. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He was so fast that it exceeded his power. Damn it, what kind of movement technique is that? Why haven't I seen him use it before? Yan Nantian frowned. He couldn't even capture his opponent's figure and could only see some blurry afterimages. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. Did you get a treasure in the Void Ocean? Do you think I didn't? Today, I'll show you my movement technique. As he said that, Lin Xian's speed increased again. In the end, the sky was filled with afterimages. It was impossible to tell which one was real. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The great spear of destruction turned into streaks of sword chi and charged towards Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's body trembled and the Chaos Stone in his hand almost fell out. Damn it! Yan Nantian used the Thunder God's body and the Hongwu fist to block it quickly. However, he knew that his plan to use the Chaos Stone to kill his opponent had failed. His opponent had indeed obtained a treasure. And it was a divine ability movement technique. This made him extremely jealous. His opponent's talent was not inferior to his, and he also had such good opportunities. Such a person was the most terrifying. He had no choice but to use that move. Yan Nantian summoned the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda again. This time, the hidden immortal pagoda was surrounded by chaotic chi. Its power was even more terrifying than when he fought against Yen Ryu. Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul to form the ancient desolate pagoda. Together with the power of the Kunpeng, its power was also terrifying. The two collided again. Lin Xian roared and absorbed the power of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The golden blood in his body burned fiercely, providing power to the dragon sword soul. In the end, the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda was broken. Yan Nantian screamed again as he was split in half. Let's attack and kill him in one go. The dark red divine dragon played the heaven-crippling chessboard. The northern demon used the longevity saber. Yen Ryu was even more direct. He summoned the mysterious figure and the green lotus. The power of the attack was not inferior to the hidden immortal pagoda. Yan Nantian was beaten into a bloody mist. His soul was injured and could be destroyed at any time. He screamed crazily like a demon. Lin Xian. Yen Ryu. I will remember you. One day, I will destroy your souls. Chapter 3371. This time, he should be able to use up an Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure, his eyes flickering. He did not chase after him. Next time, he should be able to kill him, right? In the distance, those who saw this scene felt their bodies turn cold. It was too shocking. They had seen a peerless battle. The successor of a great emperor had been killed and was running away in a panic. No one knew if he had died in the end. These people were too terrifying. Now that we have the Tao Stone, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dark red dragon said, "Sure, but before we leave, we have to take care of some people." He looked at the people from 8 Direction Palace. Because these people had attacked them twice before. Oh, people from 8 Direction Palace. Alright, let's take care of them. Lin Xian nodded and walked forward. The people from 8 Direction Palace were scared out of their wits. Huang Jiao also screamed, "Stop, we are from 8 Direction Palace. Do you want to be enemies with 8 Direction Palace?" Just as he finished speaking, his body was pierced by a black spear. Ah! Then, there was a miserable cry. The people from 8 Direction Palace were stunned. Their top genius couldn't even take a single blow from the other party. The difference was too great. Boom! Lin Xian used his strength and the Great Destruction Spear killed the other party completely. His soul did not even have time to escape. Then, he attacked again and killed the rest of the people from 8 Direction Palace. There were some people who were watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Lin Xian did not kill these people because they had no conflict with him. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Therefore, he left quickly with the dark red dragon and the others. After Lin Xian and the others left, those who were still alive sat on the ground, paralyzed. Until now, their souls had yet to come back to their senses. On the other side, in an empty sea region, a ray of light flew over. That ray of light was a bloody mist at first, but gradually, it condensed into a human figure. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was forced to use another great emperor rebirth blessing to heal himself. However, his eyes were bleeding. The great emperor regeneration talisman was a life-saving item. Under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't even need one in a few hundred years. But now, he was using it again and again. In the past half a year, he had used 3 great emperor regeneration talismans. In addition to the one he had used in Heaven Flame City, he now had 4 great emperor regeneration talismans. Even though he was the successor of a great emperor, he only had 5 regeneration talismans. Now that he had used 4 of them, there was only 1 left. This last one was different from the previous ones, as it was a complete martial monarch regeneration talisman. It was a treasure that could allow him to instantly recover to his original state. It was also the treasure that he was most reluctant to use. In other words, he still had a chance to be reborn. If he were to die in the future, his soul would truly be destroyed. Lin Xian. He clenched his teeth at the mention of this name, as it was this person who had killed him 3 times, forcing him to use 3 monarch regeneration talismans. But now, he was no match for the other party, so he did not plan to attack again. It was better to wait until he completely became a saint. At that time, he would be able to open up more great emperor inheritances. But he would not let the other party have it easy. He remembered that the Cloud Sky Saint had a grudge with this guy. Coincidentally, the Cloud Sky Saint was also here, so he could join forces with the Cloud Sky Saint. Also, he could send out the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Huang Jiao and the others who had stayed there had probably been killed, right? He could also tell the 8 Wind Palace. Then, he could spread the news that the other party had obtained the Tao Stone. Basically, he could gather some people to attack the other party. Even if he could not kill the other party, he had to injure the other party. At the very least, he would not let the other party feel comfortable. Thinking of this, a vicious look appeared in Yan Nanshan's eyes. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also left. They continued on their way. The void sea was really vast. After flying for so long, they still had not reached the end. However, after flying for about half a month, Lin Xian and the others once again found that there was a great battle ahead. And the battle was very intense. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon were also excited. They felt a force summoning them. It should be the sea demon's treasure. It should be the saint's treasure. The dark red divine dragon was a little excited, so Lin Xian and the others increased their speed. As soon as they got closer, they saw a bloody light surging into the sky. The terrifying killing intent made many people's hearts skip a beat. It was so terrifying. This was the blood of a demon saint, and there was a lot of it. From afar, they saw a corpse that was like a small mountain. The white bones were hideous, like a mountain of bones standing there. In the middle of the mountain of bones, there was a huge blood-colored vortex. It was the blood of a demon saint. After death, it did not dissipate. Instead, it gathered on the white bones. At this moment, the surrounding people were all attacking, as if they wanted to snatch the blood-colored vortex. What pure demon blood! Kid, this is good stuff. It will be very useful to me. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Beside him, the north demon's eyes were also shining. He also had the 10,000 demon body, so the blood of a demon saint was also useful to him. Since that was the case, let's do it. Lin Xian and the others rushed forward. At the front, the battle was very intense. Many forces were fighting, so the arrival of Lin Xian and the others did not attract much attention. This was because the teams were usually arranged with about 10 people. 4 people were too few. As expected, when Lin Xian and the others got closer, someone sneered, "Die, ants." A terrifying blade light rushed towards them. The dark red divine dragon sneered. There are really people who don't know what's good for them. His dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The blade light in front of him shattered continuously, and the half-saint who had attacked also exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, the others' faces changed. Heavens, who is this person? It's too scary. He killed a half-saint with a roar. The dragon roar, could it be that the experts of the Dragon Valley had come? No one answered them. Lin Xian said, "Let's do it." He waved his golden fist, and in an instant, 6 half-saints were sent flying. On the other side, Yan Ryu used the Sky Frost Palm, and instantly froze 5 half-saints. The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon also attacked. In an instant, the half-saints around them were sent flying. This scene was simply too shocking. The experts who were still fighting in the surroundings all stopped and stared at the 4 people in bewilderment. Who are they? It's too scary. Are they saints? They did not dare to believe it. The half-saints were like paper in front of them, and they were sent flying with a slap. The group arrived in front of the blood-red vortex. Ruffian Dragon, North Demon, you 2 go in. Ryu, you go in too. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them. The Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Demon could not wait any longer. However, Yan Ryu shook her head. I don't need it. Thinking about it, Yan Ryu had a mysterious power in her body. As long as she could control this power, it would be stronger than any demon blood. Chapter 3372. Lin Xian wasn't a monster. If he wanted to absorb it, he would have to spend a long time tempering the baleful aura within. Therefore, he didn't plan to absorb it. Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Yao. One was a monster, while the other was a monster. It was most suitable for the two of them to absorb it. However, just as the two of them were about to enter, a cold snort rang out. If you want to enter, ask the sword in my hand first. Do you agree? This voice was too terrifying. Countless strands of sword chi surrounded the blood-red vortex, causing many cracks to appear around it. Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Yao stopped. They frowned and turned around. Lin Xian said, "The two of you can go in. Ryu and I will protect you. No one can disturb you." The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon entered the blood-red vortex. Yen Ryu leaned to the side and summoned her green lotus, which froze in the void. "You're courting death. How dare you not listen to me?" The person who spoke in the distance was furious. How dare someone ignore him? Between the heavens and the earth, countless sword chis were densely packed. Like a rain of swords, they slashed forward. This aura was too terrifying. The surrounding half-saints felt their bodies turn cold. Many of them even screamed that the little sword saint had made his move. Faced with this terrifying rain of swords, Lin Xian turned his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a turn of his palm, a huge golden hand sucked in all the surrounding seawater, forming a water qilin that charged forward. Wherever it passed, it brought about endless waves that clashed with the sword chi that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering sounds rang out. The water qilin roared and blasted away many strands of sword chi. However, there were still some sword chi that pierced through the water qilin's body. Then, it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian was shocked. This person's sword chi was unusual. It could actually pierce through his water qilin. The surrounding people exclaimed. That brat was dead. How dare he ignore the little sword saint? He would probably go to hell today. The little sword saint sneered. Someone actually dared to ignore his sword chi. He really didn't know what was good for him. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword chi arrived before Lin Xian. These sword chi carried a sharp light that could cut through anything in the world. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His lips curled into a smile. Interesting. He reached out with his golden hand and grabbed forward. That hand was capable of capturing even true dragons. Thus, in an instant, it had captured over 100 strands of sword aura. Over 100 streaks of sword chi clashed, releasing a biting cold killing intent. They wanted to break free, but they couldn't. He was firmly pressed into the void by the golden hand. Then, Lin Xian grabbed over 100 sword chis and threw them out with all his might. Over 100 sword chis flew out and all of them stabbed towards the figure in the distance. The little sword saint's body went cold. His pupils shrank as he felt a great sense of danger. With a sway of his body, he used his movement technique and quickly dodged the sword chi. At the same time, his face was gloomy as he looked ahead. The other party was actually able to receive his sword chi with his bare hands. Just who was this person? He really couldn't believe it. Although he was still a half-saint, the terror of his sword chi could already contend with a saint. That was why he was called the Little Sword Saint. In the past, when he attacked, no one could stop him. A half-saint of the same level couldn't even block one of his attacks. It could be said that he was arrogant, but today, he had met his match. Who are you? The Little Sword Saint asked coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and carefully sized up the other party. In the distant sky, there was a person wearing battle armor. His face was cold, and he looked young and flamboyant. The sword chi on his body was constantly circling around him, making him look like a sword god. What was even more surprising was that the other party's sword chi also contained many laws. The fragments were like small rune swords that made one feel cold just by looking at them. The sword law. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to comprehend the sword law. It was really incredible. There were thousands of laws, and the sword law was one of them. However, it was very rare. Those who could comprehend the sword law were very rare. Now, he actually met one. Moreover, the other party was also a top-notch swordsman. This made Lin Xian somewhat happy. The sword law. I didn't expect that I couldn't comprehend the sword law. Interesting. The little sword saint's face sank. Seeing the other party talking to himself and not answering his question, he was going crazy. Was he being ignored again? He roared, and the sword law fragments that filled the sky danced, piercing through everything and sending them flying. A terrifying black hole formed in the void ocean. I asked you, who are you? Me. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian. I've never heard of you. Which sect are you from? The little sword saint asked again. He felt that the other party was very unusual because no one could catch his sword chi with their bare hands. Beat me and I'll tell you. Lin Xian also walked out. He was very interested in the other party, so he wanted to fight with him. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The little sword saint rushed out and waved his hand. Countless sword law fragments slashed forward. In an instant, the void in front of him shattered. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He waved his arm. A sword chi also flew out. Was he also a swordsman? The little sword saint saw that the other party also shot out sword chi. The little sword saint was stunned, but soon, he sneered. They were both swordsmen. So what? He was different from ordinary half-saints because he had comprehended the law of the sword. In terms of sword chi, even a saint might not be able to beat him. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw that the other party also shot out sword chi, he immediately sneered. The surrounding people also discussed spiritedly. They didn't expect that this person was also a swordsman. However, he was too stupid to compete with the little sword saint in sword chi. Yes, if he used other divine abilities, he might be able to block it. However, in terms of sword chi, he had no chance of winning. Everyone was optimistic about the little sword saint because the little sword saint's reputation was too strong. Especially when he used the sword law, it was unparalleled. However, they were soon stunned because they found that the two sword chi in the sky were in a stalemate. Lin Xian shot out metal sword chi. The terrifying golden sword light was incomparably sharp and could tear everything apart. How is this possible? How can it compete with my sword chi? The little sword saint was also stunned. In his opinion, he could easily break the other party's sword chi and even break the other party's head. However, this scene surprised him. It's actually the metal law. It's really sharp. However, no matter how sharp it is, how can it compare to my sword law? Sword controlling technique, kill. He roared angrily and waved his hand. The sword law around him formed 13 sword laws and charged forward. In an instant, the green sword light in front of him was split apart. The 13 sword laws weaved between heaven and earth. Chapter 33-73. The little sword saint unleashed 13 swords of the laws, sweeping across the world. Those sword shadows were extremely strange, quickly stabbing towards Lin Xian's 13 vital points. Sword controlling technique. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his arm again. This time, he unleashed the swords of water. These swords of water were very soft, like poisonous snakes, quickly coiling around the swords of the laws. The swords of the laws seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, slowing down, and the light on them dimming. It was as if they were about to be obliterated by this soft power. The surrounding people were already stunned, but the little sword saint was surprised. His opponent was so strange. First, he had such a strong sword skill, and now he unleashed such a soft sword chi. His opponent's sword style was so strange and ever-changing. It was really rare for him. One had to know that a person's fighting style was usually either violent, soft, or vicious. It was rare to use both strong and soft. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so strange, but he snorted. So what if it was strange? He was very confident in his sword controlling technique. Sword controlling technique, selfless sword. As the voice sounded, the 13 swords of the laws became even more terrifying. They were like peerless sword chi, shining brightly. Lin Xian also waved his hand, and the swords of water were even softer. The two completely opposite forces collided in the sky, and the surrounding sea was instantly shattered, creating a vacuum zone. It was like a river of space, making people tremble. In the end, the 13 swords of the laws were forcibly entangled, fixed in the void, and could no longer move forward. Sword controlling technique. Not bad, the laws of the sword are not bad, but do you have any other methods? Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward, asking indifferently. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? His opponent's tone made him very unhappy, so the little sword saint snorted, formed a seal with his fingers, and shouted coldly. Sword controlling technique, Heavenly Dipper sword. The 13 swords of the laws seemed to be summoned, and suddenly broke free, turning into 13 dense sword chi. It enveloped Lin Xian, and it looked like it wanted to use a sword array. Terrifying sword laws danced non-stop. The place where Lin Xian was at formed a world of sword chi. Lin Xian used the green lotus sword to fight. Astonishing sword chi collided in the air, and the two were locked in a fierce battle. The Big Dipper sword formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, Lin Xian was not only a sword expert, he was also a formation master. Therefore, he was able to easily block the attack of the sword array. On the other side, the little sword saint was indeed stunned. Even the Heavenly Dipper sword formation couldn't do anything to him. In that case, the other divine abilities that were similar to the Big Dipper sword formation shouldn't be able to harm him. Thinking of this, a cold look appeared in his eyes. Looks like I can only use that one. Brat, you should be proud to be able to witness my ultimate technique. Now, give me hell. His hands continued to form hand seals, and sword seals appeared in the sky. The 13 swords of the laws were also waved non-stop, and then scattered, turning into small rune swords. Each of them carried a law, and they were densely packed. The entire sea was completely enveloped. Sword controlling technique, myriad sword art. Following the order, thousands of small rune swords, carrying nomological fragments, rushed over like dragons. The area in front of him was completely engulfed. The surrounding people were all stunned. Myriad sword art. That was the little sword saint's ultimate technique. Once the myriad sword art was used, it was said that even saints had to retreat. No matter how strong that person was, he shouldn't be able to block it, right? That was for sure, unless he was a saint. The little sword saint also revealed a cold smile. Once he used his strongest ultimate technique, his opponent would definitely die. However, his smile soon froze, because he saw a fiery red light suddenly lit up in the sky. It was a flame. How was it possible that the other party was going to use a fire divine ability in the sea? But it would be suppressed here. The little sword saint was surprised, and the surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't expect the other party to use the 13th flame at this time. Shouldn't he use the Sword of Water? What an idiot. Many people shook their heads and sneered. But soon, they were all stunned because the fiery sword chi was getting bigger and bigger. And it brought with it a destructive aura, which was also very terrifying. Then, everyone was completely stunned. Countless sword chi was shot up into the sky by the fiery sword light. It could cut through the 9 heavens, and it directly slashed forward. Wherever it passed, everything was shattered. With a boom, the rune swords of the myriad sword art were all swept away and shattered into pieces. Not good. The little sword saint's pupils shrank, and he dodged crazily. But he was still swept by the sword chi. Suddenly, half of his body was split open. Blood also flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned. Was the little sword saint defeated? Moreover, he was in such a sorry state. The person in front of them only used a sword chi to break the myriad sword art. Who was this person? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said indifferently. Your strength is not bad, and the law of sword is also very rare. According to my estimate, you should be stronger than Long Zhao Tian. Among the half-saints, you are considered the top. But unfortunately, you met me. Indeed, if the other party's strength was on the Abyss leaderboard, he would definitely be able to surpass Long Zhao Tian. He would be ranked behind him and Di Ling. However, Lin Xian was no longer comparable to a half-saint. He had already killed 3 saints. Even the descendants of the great emperors were not his match. Not to mention the little sword saint in front of him. Unless the other party became a true sword saint, perhaps he would be able to fight with him. Hearing these words that sounded like an elder's evaluation of a junior, the little sword saint was about to go crazy. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, who are you? Who are you?" I said that my name is Lin Xian. You may be unfamiliar with this name, but perhaps you should know my other title. They all call me Lin Wudi. What, Lin Wudi? The little sword saint was stunned. Everyone else was also stunned. These 3 words were like a clap of thunder that struck their hearts, causing them to tremble. Soon, they all gasped. The little sword saint's body also trembled slightly. Lin Wudi. These 3 words were like a mountain that resounded through the ancient path of the stars. This was the first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, the peerless prodigy who killed the great demon and defeated Yan Nantian. So it was him. Everyone exclaimed. No wonder he could defeat the little sword saint so easily. That's right. He was probably the only one who could do that. Exclamations sounded one after another. The little sword saint also seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was a sword Dao genius with great strength. He even had the qualifications to compete with saints. Chapter 3374. Who else wants to try? Lin Xian looked around. Suddenly, the surrounding experts all retreated and lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Lin Xian. Even the little sword saint had been defeated by him. They probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. What a bunch of trash. Even if they aren't his match in a one-on-one fight, they should be able to find an opportunity to attack him in a group. A disdainful sneer came from afar. When the experts heard it, their faces turned red and they trembled with anger. Damn it, who dares to insult us? Who is it? Come out. I'll kill you with my axe. A hot-tempered half-saint snorted. His terrifying voice resounded like thunder. The others also snorted. Who are you to sneak around? What right do you have to talk about us? Bang! 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 However, as soon as these people finished speaking, they were hit in the face and directly fell into the void. Their faces had been smashed, and their bodies were trembling. A figure appeared. "How dare you talk back to me? You don't have to live anymore." As he spoke, the heads of those people were instantly cut off. The half-saint blood dyed the sea red. Suddenly, the surrounding people gasped and shrank their necks in fear. They quickly retreated. "Who is this person? He's too terrifying." They originally thought that the person who mocked them wasn't much, but now it seemed that they were wrong. This person was very powerful. The little sword saint's pupils shrank and his face turned pale. It seems that someone powerful has come. However, this method was a little too bloody. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu frowned. Who's so arrogant? Killing people just because of a few words. One had to know that he didn't kill any half-saints when he fought with these people. The person who came is probably not a kind person. I said that you're trash, but you didn't agree. Now, who dares to refute me? The figure appeared. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back and asked faintly. No one dared to talk back to him because the 3 half-saints who talked back were all killed instantly. It's you. You Lingzi. The little sword saint exclaimed. Yes, it's me. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His body was translucent, which was very strange. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. Was it you Lingzi? No wonder he was so powerful and his methods were so vicious. Yulingzi was an extremely terrifying expert in the Dark Knight Divine Palace and his methods were extremely cruel. He was good at assassination. With a single move, he had taken the life of a half-saint. It was even rumored that Yulingzi had killed a saint-level expert before. Although it was an assassination, and it was said that the saint was injured, this was a clear indication of Yulingzi's strength. Yulingzi glanced at the little sword saint and coldly snorted. To think that you were called the little sword saint. Who would have thought that you would lose so miserably? The little sword saint's face darkened as well. Yulingzi, don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I'm facing? He's Lin Wudi, do you think you can contend against him? Lin Wudi. Yulingzi's eyes shone with a black light as he stared straight ahead. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Like I said, if we can't fight one-on-one, then let's attack together. We can always find a chance to kill him. Attack together. The little sword saint sneered. Against such a person, the human wave tactic was useless. That was indeed the case. For example, once he used the 10,000 sword art, tens of thousands of sword chi would be unleashed. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to block it. This was absolute strength. However, Yulingzi laughed. Ordinary half-saints can't do it, but what about existences like me? Even if it were a group of sages attacking together, do you think Lin Wudi would be able to withstand it? He was just called invincible, not truly invincible. What? Hearing this, the little sword saint's pupils constricted. The surrounding people were also frightened. Could it be that Yulingzi wasn't the only one who came this time? Was there another group of people who were as strong as Yulingzi? Heavens, was there really such a team? Yan Ryu also whispered after hearing this. Be careful, they seem to have come prepared. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around with a cold expression. However, he couldn't leave now. Because the dark red divine dragon and the north demon were still absorbing the power of the saint blood in the blood-colored vortex. He had promised the 2 of them that he would protect them, so he had to do it. I want to see who dares to come and go against me. He snorted coldly. Is that so? You're too confident. A cold voice sounded. The Tao patterns between heaven and earth were natural and unrestrained. The surrounding seawater surged, and a terrifying vacuum area appeared. Nomological laws, complete nomological laws. A saint had come. The surrounding people frantically retreated, their bodies trembling non-stop. They didn't expect a saint to really come. Moreover, he had joined forces with Yulingzi. Cloud Saint, Cloud Saint. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. The other party's appearance surprised him. Because back in the Demon Cultivation Valley, he had used a trap to lure the other party into the demonic pool and suppressed him. He originally thought that the other party would come out after a few hundred years. He didn't expect the other party to come out so early. You're quite lucky. Even the demonic pool couldn't drown you, but you still dare to provoke me. Fine, I'll kill you myself. Lin Xian glanced at Cloud Saint and didn't pay attention to him. The surrounding people spat. Was this the normal tone of a half-saint and a saint? What a joke. A normal half-saint would tremble in front of a saint like them. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to be trembling at all. He even threatened to kill the saint. Cunning brat, you dared to set me up last time and let me enter such a dangerous place. Do you think you can kill me like this? You underestimate a saint. Not only did I come out, but I also profited from the disaster and obtained a treasure from the demonic pool. I'll use that treasure to torture you to death later. Everything you have will be mine. The nomological chains on Cloud Saint's body kept swaying, forming a sacred domain that shrouded the area in front of him. You can't catch me. Who else is there? Come out. A golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He realized that there were a few powerful auras around him. That's right. Cloud Saint isn't the only one here. There are a few others who want to meet you. Yulingzi sneered. Please come out. The little sword saint frowned. Since the other party used the word please, it meant that the following people were not ordinary. At least, they weren't comparable to Yulingzi. It was even possible that there were other saints. In the distance, a few more figures appeared. Their auras were extremely powerful. The little sword saint was extremely shocked. The surrounding people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and even trembled. Oh heavens, who are these people? These people were all top-notch experts. Who was it? Who was it that gathered them together? Could it be that they came for the same purpose? To kill Lin Wudi. Chapter 3375. Among the three newcomers, the one in the north was a huge man. He had dragon scales all over his body and dragon horns on his head. He looked mighty and extraordinary. The dragon blood surged, causing the hearts of countless half-saints to beat wildly. His name was Long Shan. On the west side, there was also a domineering man who looked like a king. His aura caused the world to tremble. He was an expert from the Eight-Wind Hole. Desolate Overlord. The man on the east side was slender and had a scholarly face. He was dressed like a scholar and even had a book in his hand. He had a strong scholarly aura. He looked like a scholar who had come to the capital to take the imperial examination. No one wanted to snatch him away. He was called Sikong Jing. Although he looked like a scholar, he was able to stand beside Cloud Sky Saint. It was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. There was another person standing far away with a cold smile on his face, not daring to approach. The surrounding half-saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my heavens, these are all top-notch experts. With Cloud Sky Saint, even the other saints would not be able to escape from such a lineup, let alone Lin Wudi. They were afraid that Lin Wudi was going to die. The little sword saint was also very nervous. If such a lineup was to fight him, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. Little sword saint, do you want to join forces? Yulingzi looked forward. The little sword saint's face was gloomy, but then he said, "If you don't join forces, I won't interfere." He quickly retreated. "Forget it, it's okay to lose you. The few of us will be enough." These people were very strong and confident. If they joined forces, Lin Wude would not be able to escape death. It seemed that there would be another great battle. Yen Ryu took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes shone with seriousness. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not forget to look at these people. Instead, he looked at the figure in the distance. Yen Nantian. He snorted coldly. It was indeed Yen Nanshan's doing. However, what surprised him was that he saw that it was not Yen Nanshan's real body, but a clone through his heavenly secret divine eyes. It seemed that Yen Nantian was afraid of dying again, so he only dared to send a clone to watch the battle. You guys were called over by Yen Nantian, right? I wonder what benefits he gave you guys to actually make you guys attack at the same time. However, you have been deceived by him. He has already been killed by me several times. Even if you join forces, how can you be my opponent? I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, once we start fighting, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite to us. Long Shan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. On the other side, Desolate Overlord scoffed coldly. You are too naive. You killed Yen Nantian and we admit that you are strong, but so what? Every single one of us here is basically capable of contending with Yen Nan's heaven. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be too far off. With so many of us working together, even Yen Nantian was defeated by us. You are no exception. The heavens have a good life. As long as you give me the Tao stone you obtained, I can consider leaving. Right at this moment, Sikong Jing also spoke. His gaze was steady, his voice was steady, and his body still did not carry any terrifying aura. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he heard those words. You want my Tao stone? Are you kidding me? I won't give it to others. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's fight. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body became violent and terrifying. The nine-yang divine body shone brightly, and rays of sword chi shot into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have become a peerless god of war. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. This was a true law. The terrifying aura instantly shattered the surrounding seawater, and the terrifying aura made the hearts of the experts in the distance beat wildly. They quickly retreated. Once these people started fighting, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The other doppelgangers moved quickly, while his real body was like an overlord. His voice was like thunder, shattering the surrounding space. Sword chi rushed out of his body like a heavenly sword, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. What a terrifying sword chi! The little sword saint retreated far away. He was extremely shocked when he felt the aura. It seemed that Yen Nantian did not use his full strength when fighting with him previously because he could not block the sword chi now. This person was really too terrifying. Although he did not comprehend the sword law, his sword principle was not inferior to his at all. Chapter 3376. In front of him, a violent collision sounded. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. The Great Destruction Spear in his hand was constantly brandishing, colliding with the Sky Saint's domain. The entire underwater world shook violently. He was like a peerless sword god, splitting heaven and earth apart. Sky Saint's expression changed. He realized that his domain was actually shaking, as if he could not suppress the other party. This was really too unbelievable. Because when he fought with the other party in the Demon Cultivation Valley, the other party seemed to be afraid of him. Therefore, he used a trap to lure him into the demon altar. At that time, he thought that the other party was not his match at all. But now, it seemed that the other party's strength had become so strong that he almost could not suppress the other party. Damn it, what exactly happened to the other party? Why did his strength undergo such a drastic change? Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The other party was really too terrifying. Why did his talent look even more terrifying than Yan Nanshan's? He estimated that in a few years, the other party would surpass him. At that time, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the other party. Therefore, this was almost his last chance. The nomological laws on Sky Saint's body became more and more biting cold. He quickly waved his domain. In that domain, there were countless clouds and mist surrounding it, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure. Those clouds and mist might look ethereal, but they all contained murderous intent. They were all formed by nomological laws. Lin Xian's battle was extremely shocking. This power was really too terrifying. The two of them fought fiercely, and the people in the distance were all stunned. Heavens, this Lin Wuti could actually fight with a saint. It was really unbelievable. The other battles were also shocking. Among them, Yan Ryu was facing Yulingzi. Yulingzi appeared and disappeared mysteriously, but Yan Ryu's sky frost palms caused the surroundings to be filled with ice. Anyone who approached her would be frozen. For a moment, Yulingzi could not get close. The other people's performance was equally terrifying. The desolate overlord was like a peerless overlord. When he opened and closed his palms, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The one fighting with him was Lin Xian's metal avatar. The metal nomological laws on his body were extremely sharp, like a peerless divine sword. He was constantly rampaging, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Courting death. Long Shan was incomparably berserk. With a long roar, the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The powerful force could destroy everything. The bodies of dragons were strong to begin with, and this Long Shan was an expert among dragons. It could be said that his life and death were astonishing. However, Lin Xian's law of earth was also incomparably powerful. The body formed by the law of earth carried a heavy power. Every punch was powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. The two sides were also in a deadlock. This scene stunned everyone. How could this be? Long Shan and Desolate Overlord were both at the peak of the half-saints. Their strength was enormous, but now, if he was only able to fight to a draw with his opponent's clone, how terrifying would his opponent's true body be? However, there were also experts who frowned. No, that wasn't an ordinary clone. Didn't you all notice? The avatar represented Lin Wuti, who had mastered a single law. Clearly, he had mastered many different laws. What was condensed now was a body of laws, and its power was unparalleled. It was probably not much weaker than his main body. The only drawback was that it could not be condensed for a long time. What? This was terrifying. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, Lin Wuti had displayed the law of metal, the law of water, and the law of earth, 3 laws. In that case, he still had at least one law in his hands because he was fighting with Cloud Firmament Saint. Didn't this mean that he had comprehended at least 4 laws? Moreover, there might be more. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. This Lin Wuti was too incredible. One had to know that laws were very difficult to comprehend. It was already very difficult for them to comprehend one. Moreover, to comprehend a profound law, one would have to spend a lot of time and energy. Therefore, very few people could comprehend multiple laws. Even if they did, it would be in two complementary formats. There were also some who comprehended multiple laws, but one was the main one, and the others were supplementary. However, looking at Lin Wudi's appearance, it seemed that each law was very powerful. Damn it, was the other party still human? Where did the other party get so much energy to comprehend so many laws at the same time? Dao stone, it must be a Dao stone. Didn't the other party seize a Dao stone? I guess that he might have other Dao stones in his hands. Otherwise, his other laws wouldn't be so powerful, right? When these words came out, the others were shocked and their eyes burned with passion. However, when they saw the intense battle in front of them, they all sighed. So what if the other party had more treasures on him? They didn't dare to seize them. Didn't they see that Cloud Firmament Saint was almost unable to suppress the other party? Lin Xian's sword energy was really too terrifying. It was like a vast sea that rushed into the sky. Every strike caused the sacred domain to tremble. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all now. The great dragon sword soul increased the power of the spear of destruction, and the power of the divine body went all out. As he waved his sword, there was supreme divine power. Cloud Firmament Saint's face was ashen. He also used the law of clouds to the extreme. In the sacred domain, every inch of space was filled with peerless killing intent. Anyone below a half-saint would be instantly killed. Even if it was a saint, Cloud Firmament Saint was confident that he wouldn't be able to walk out. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. After 300 moves, Lin Xian used 9 suns open the sky to directly open the sacred domain and flew out. Sword energy fluttered all over his body. He was like a peerless sword god. The great spear of destruction in his hand pointed forward. Old man Cloud Firmament, you're still too inexperienced to kill me. His voice resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the distance, Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, Xikong Jing, and the others' expressions all changed. Did the other party rush out of the sacred domain? He was too powerful. Although they were confident that they could contend with a saint, they were directly enveloped in the sacred domain. They probably couldn't come out and would very likely die. But now, Lin Xian had forcefully opened up his saint region. This shocked them. And what made them even more angry was that they couldn't kill these clones in a short time. These bodies of laws were really too strange. They could actually contend with them. Die! Cloud Firmament Saint roared. The other party actually pierced his sacred domain. It was really unforgivable. He waved his palm, and the clouds in the sky pressed down like a mountain. The palm hit the great spear of destruction and produced a loud sound. Lin Xian's arm was shaken until it went numb. But soon, it was offset by a powerful force. Lin Xian's eyes were like divine swords. Old man Cloud Firmament, you've miscalculated. I've already killed 3 saints. Today, you'll be the 4th. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to this weapon. At this point, he stabbed out with his spear. It flew out in an instant, and the cloud palm was instantly disintegrated and dissipated. Not only that, but this mysterious force also swept towards Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He felt a fatal danger, so his body gradually faded and turned into clouds, covering heaven and earth. Instead, he turned around and attacked Lin Xian's bodies of laws. Boom! Boom! The golden Dharma body and the earth Dharma body were both shattered. In fact, even the water clone in the distance started to split apart. However, at the final moment, the water clone self-detonated. The energy also destroyed Yen Nanshan's clone. It could be said that both of them perished together. Not only that, but Cloud Sky Saint also threw out a palm. The demon's left hand also shattered Yen Ryu's ice clone. At that moment, all the clones were destroyed. Cloud Sky Saint looked at Longshan, Desolate Overlord, and the others. His cold voice rang out. Go together and capture that woman. I want him to see with his own eyes that the woman he loves dies for him. His voice was too cold. Longshan and the others also looked cold. Previously, they did not care about Cloud Sky Saint and thought that they could fight against him. But now, Cloud Sky Saint used the demon's left hand. This power was too terrifying. They had no choice but to move towards him. Otherwise, he would kill them with a slap. Therefore, they joined forces and surrounded Yen Ryu. Longshan, Desolate Overlord, Yulingzi, and Sikong Jing surrounded Yen Ryu. This scene made the people in the distance break out in cold sweat. They knew that this beautiful woman was probably dead because no one could escape from the siege of these four experts. Yen Ryu was in an extremely dangerous situation. Longshan sneered. Little girl, we did not want to bully you. But unfortunately, since you are with Lin Wudi, you can go to hell. Heavenly Dragon Fist. Longshan roared. His body carried a terrifying power, as if a huge dragon was attacking. 8 Desolation Palm. Desolate Overlord also made his move. His attack carried an indomitable aura. This palm strike was basically able to shatter everything. Hee, a fatal blow. Very well, I'll kill you in one move. Yulingzi threw out a purple dagger. It was like a ghost. It instantly disappeared. He used an assassination technique. The last one, Sikong Jing, also sighed. He gently closed the scroll in his hand and said loudly, Milky Way 9 heavens. Suddenly, the void split open and 9 Milky Ways rolled down. Each of them could easily kill a half-saint. The 9 Milky Ways roared and rushed towards Yen Ryu. The 4 of them actually used their ultimate moves in an instant. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yen Ryu in one move. It's over. The people in the distance did not dare to watch anymore. This was definitely a scene of death. Kid, I'll let you see your woman die in front of you with your own eyes. Cloud Sky Saint's expression was cold as he stared at Lin Xian to prevent him from saving Yen Ryu. Lin Xian did not make a move at all. Instead, he sneered. Die in front of me. Humph, you'll be the ones to die. He was not worried at all. Yen Ryu could even kill a saint, let alone the 4 of them working together. Chapter 3378. Then, a figure appeared on her body. The figure opened his palm and all the energy was instantly shattered. As for the 4 great powerhouses, they were sent flying while coughing up blood. Each of them was torn into pieces. This shocking turn of events stunned everyone. What was going on? The 4 experts were attacking Yen Ryu. The one who should be killed was Yen Ryu. But where was she now? Yen Ryu was unharmed while the 4 experts were sent flying. Each of them was split in half and were severely injured. I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Cloud Sky Saint's eyelids were twitching while the little sword saint gasped. What was wrong with this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Could it be that the most powerful one among them wasn't Lin Wudi but this woman? At this moment, Lin Xian laughed. Ha, I've said it before. It's not that easy to kill my woman. Since you dared to kill us today, you'll definitely die. Damn it. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Luckily, they had teamed up this time. Otherwise, if he had come alone, he would have been the one injured. Why did he feel a terrifying aura coming from that woman? It made him shudder with fear. What kind of treasure did this woman have? Buzz! He launched a surprise attack. The left hand of the devil moved and turned into a mountain, blasting forward. Its target was Yenryu. It seemed like Cloud Sky Saint was afraid of Yenryu's strength and wanted to kill her by surprise. However, how could Yenryu be so easy to kill? Her strength was extremely terrifying. With a loud boom, a green light soared from Yenryu's body and turned into a green palm that blasted forward. It directly shattered the light from the left hand of the devil. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Yenryu was actually able to fight against the left hand of the devil. It was too unbelievable. Cloud Sky Saint's face changed. His left hand of the devil was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, he could rely on it to fight against a second heaven saint. But now, it was blocked by a sage-to-be. Moreover, the other party seemed to be doing it with ease. Damn it! What the hell is going on? What was that green light on her body? After that attack, Yenryu did not attack again. He did not even look at Cloud Sky Saint. Instead, he looked at Long Shan and the other three. Clearly, she had left Cloud Sky Saint to Lin Xian. When the others saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Did he think that Lin Wuti had the ability to kill Cloud Sky Saint? How could this be? Damn it, I was actually underestimated. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Alright, I'll kill this brat first. In any case, his goal this time was to kill Lin Xian. He originally thought that Yenryu's strength was strong and would make a move to stop him. However, he didn't expect the other party to ignore him. This way, he could get rid of Lin Xian first. After he got rid of Lin Xian, he would study Yenryu and see what was so special about her. Brat, it seems like your woman won't help you. Since it's like this, go to hell. Cloud Sky Saint stretched out his demon's left hand. He slammed it forward, and a terrifying demonic light shrouded the entire sea region. It was a scene of destruction. It's over. That Lin Wuti is dead for sure. That's right. That beautiful woman might be able to block it, but that didn't mean that Lin Wuti could block it. The demon's left hand was too terrifying. Even a level 1 saint couldn't block it. That Lin Xian definitely couldn't block it either. Exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand, and the great dragon sword soul roared. It turned into the 10,000 dragons picture and charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided. The shocking collision caused the entire sea region to split open. In all directions, there were terrifying cracks everywhere. Many people were even sent flying by the force. What? It was blocked. The remaining experts screamed. Long Shan and the little sword saint's eyelids twitched. They realized that the 10,000 dragons picture had blocked the demon's left hand. The two were in a stalemate in the void, and terrifying black holes appeared around them. This Lin Wuti was too terrifying. He actually had a way to block such a terrifying demon's left hand. Many people gasped. However, Long Shan screamed. This was the 10,000 dragons picture. Damn it, he could actually summon the 10,000 dragons picture. This was an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen the 10,000 dragons picture before? He was really crazy. When the others heard this, they were even more shocked. As expected, Lin Wuti was too mysterious. Cloud Sky Saint's expression also became extremely ugly. It was blocked. How was this possible? Go and die. With a roar, he mobilized all the energy in his body and used it on the demon's left hand. Instantly, the 10,000 dragons picture shook violently. Many cracks appeared on it, and it suddenly split open. However, the sword chi from the split 10,000 dragons picture destroyed all the energy from the demon's left hand. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, but this time, he wasn't injured. He looked at the other party and smiled. Your trump card is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it can't do anything to me. Can't do anything to you. You're too naive. Now go and die. I don't believe that you can still use such a divine ability. Cloud Sky Saint revealed a sinister expression. He could still use the demon's left hand many times, but the other party's 10,000 dragons picture. He didn't believe that the other party could use the 10,000 dragons picture repeatedly. That kind of illusion wasn't an ordinary divine ability. Even if a saint could summon it, it would be very difficult. Not to mention, the other party was a half-step saint. Hearing this, the surrounding people fell silent. The demon's left hand was terrifying, and Cloud Sky Saint was a true saint. His strength definitely surpassed the other party. This time, Lin Wudi was most likely going to be in big trouble. Sure enough, when the demon's left hand slapped out again, everyone was shocked. They found that the demon's left hand's power didn't weaken at all. Lin Xian shouted coldly and summoned the 10,000 dragons picture again to fight against the demon's left hand. A shocking collision occurred, and countless black holes appeared. 2 times, 3 times, the two of them collided a total of 5 times. In the end, cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body again. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood dyed the surrounding sea red. It couldn't be helped. The demon's left hand was really too strong. It was really heaven-defying for him to be able to block it. Kid, let's see how long you can last. Cloud Sky Saint attacked crazily. He swallowed a lot of pills and natural treasures to maintain his strength. Do you think you're the only one with natural treasures? Lin Xian took out 2 king herbs and ate them. They were both 10,000-year-old king herbs. The moment he ate them, the blood in his body rumbled. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, like a volcano. His strength rose again. The sword chi on his body kept exploding. Chapter 3379. He used the 10,000 dragons diagram with one hand. With his other hand, he waved the great spear of destruction and pointed it upwards. The seawater kept surging, and a black hole appeared. Sword chi interweaved, forming a sword chi sky. What's this? Everyone looked up at the sky, not understanding what Lin Xian was going to do. But soon, they screamed. Could it be? Their hearts were trembling. What's going on with Lin Wudi? How can he evolve such a divine ability? The sword chi trembled, and a crack suddenly appeared. Then, countless sword chi interweaved, forming a pagoda. That pagoda was too mysterious and terrifying. It made people feel as if it was not something from the human world. That's the hidden immortal pagoda. Isn't that Yan Nanshan's peerless divine ability? Why is he using it too? Long Shan and the others screamed crazily. They were not in the mood to fight anymore. They all fell into the distance and stared blankly at this scene. Cloud Sky Saint's pupils constricted. How is this possible? It must be an illusion. He must be lying to me. He wanted to use the demonic left hand to dispel the illusion in the sky, but at this moment, Lin Xian's 10,000 dragons diagram was pushed out. The 10,000 dragons diagram was also extremely terrifying. Other than the demonic left hand, Cloud Sky Saint could not resist it at all. Even his sacred domain could not block the 10,000 dragons diagram. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and attack the 10,000 dragons diagram first. In his opinion, Lin Xian was already barely able to evolve the 10,000 dragons diagram. How could he also create the hidden immortal pagoda? Therefore, he did not believe it. However, when the hidden immortal pagoda descended, Cloud Sky Saint's expression changed. He knew that he had guessed wrong. He can actually evolve the hidden immortal pagoda. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The hidden immortal pagoda hit him hard. A bloody hole appeared on his body, and his internal organs were shattered. Ah! Cloud Sky Saint screamed crazily. His flesh and blood regenerated again. However, his face was a little pale. However, at this moment, the hidden immortal pagoda's second attack came. With a boom, half of Cloud Sky Saint's body, including his head, was directly blasted into pieces. Only a pair of legs stood there. Of course, his left hand was also there, emitting an incomparably pitch-black light. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, they gasped in shock. The phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda was too terrifying. Even the body of a sage could not withstand it. It couldn't be helped. Both the 10,000 dragons portrait and the hidden immortal pagoda were extreme weapons that belonged to emperors. Furthermore, the other party had used powerful means and skills to conjure it. From the looks of it, it was extremely lifelike. It was definitely not an ordinary illusion. It was normal for a first heaven sage to not be able to block it. The little sword saint muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. Long Shan and the others also became frightened. Was this the kind of person they wanted to kill? This was too terrifying. No, he had to act quickly. He had to kill the other party. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. The four of them looked at each other and immediately attacked. Long Shan transformed into a huge dragon and stretched out his dragon claws. Desolate Overlord struck out with his 8 desolation palm, his powerful aura looking down on everything. Yulingzi directly hid in the void, stealthily assassinating him. Xikong Jing shouted from above the seawater. The Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens. The bright moon above the sea. The surrounding people exclaimed again. They had seen the Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens before, but they were also very familiar with the bright moon above the sea. Because according to legend, this was the sacred domain of a very powerful sage. Why would it be conjured by the other party? Could it be that this Xikong Jing was also like Lin Wudi and could conjure all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena? They were really shocked. However, the little sword saint said that the sage's sacred domain was indeed the bright moon above the sea. However, it was different from what Xikong Jing had used. Xikong Jing cultivated the righteous qi of heaven and earth, so he could naturally conjure some heaven and earth phenomena. So that was how it was. The surrounding experts suddenly understood. However, at this moment, there was a shocking change in front of them. The 4 experts had joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Lin Xian had just used 2 of his ultimate skills and did not have any power to follow up. Boom! 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 A monstrous light enveloped Lin Xian. Everyone held their breaths. Would Lin Wudi be injured? Perhaps he would be killed. Could it be that Lin Wudi had blocked the Cloud Sky Saint's attack and died in the hands of these 4 people? Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the little sword saint's heart was in his mouth. Hee, you're dead now, aren't you? Yulingzi sneered. Humph, you're too confident. You didn't die in the hands of the sage but in our hands. You're worthy of your reputation. Long Shan also sneered. On the other hand, Xikong Jing and Huang Batian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Wudi was still alive, it was a huge pressure to them. The 4 of you are really despicable and shameless. It seems like you've mastered the art of sneak attacks. However, do you think that the four of you can kill me with a sneak attack? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. What? Yulingzi screamed. Longshan and the others' eyelids twitched. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? That's Lin Wudi's voice. Damn it, could it be that he's not dead? But how is that possible? A sage should be seriously injured by their sneak attack, right? If he's not dead, he might be seriously injured. They comforted themselves. However, when all the energy disappeared, they were completely dumbfounded because they realized that there were no cracks on Lin Xian's body. How is that possible? Is he really not injured? At that moment, Yulingzi raised his hand and looked at his dagger. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. Because there was not a single drop of blood on his dagger. Not only that, but there were even a few cracks on it. Although they were small, they were like a bolt from the blue in his eyes. Not good, retreat quickly. This person is a monster. His physique is probably stronger than an ordinary sage's. The four of them quickly retreated. Boom! However, it was too late. The 10,000 dragons portrait directly blasted over and sent the four of them flying. The four of them were instantly blasted into pieces, and their bodies turned into a bloody mist. A lot of the bloody mist was even destroyed by the 10,000 dragons portrait. No, damn it, stop, you can't kill me. I was wrong. Ah! The four of them screamed crazily. However, at that moment, the hidden immortal pagoda in the sky descended and was about to destroy the four of them. However, at that moment, Cloud Sky Saint made his move. He snorted coldly and struck out with the left hand of the demon again, blocking the hidden immortal pagoda. The remaining four of them were wrapped in the remaining blood and fled into the distance. Although they were seriously injured, they could still recover with their strength. The four of them directly tore through the void and fled into the distance, not daring to stay any longer. Lin Xian did not chase after the four of them. Instead, he stared at Cloud Sky Saint. Chapter 3380. Cloud Sky Saint's face turned pale because he realized that Yan Ryu was also looking at him. Damn it, I can't even defeat one Lin Xian, now I have to add Yan Ryu to the mix, he said. Kid, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Lin Xian laughed loudly. What did you say? You want to fight me one-on-one? Do you have the guts to say that? I'm a half-saint and I'm very young. What about you? You've lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years and you're a saint. Where did you get the guts to say that? The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Indeed, if a saint said to a half-saint, let's fight one-on-one, it would be bullying. Wasn't this bullying? He reckoned that the saints would lose all their face. As expected, Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened when he heard that. However, at that moment, Lin Xian laughed loudly. Don't worry, I'll be merciful and fulfill your wish. I can still kill you one-on-one. You're courting death. Arrogant kid. Go and die. Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. To tell the truth, saying that he wanted to fight one-on-one made him lose face. However, compared to his life, he didn't care about losing face. As long as he could kill Yan Ryu, he would still be a saint and Yan Ryu would be a lonely ghost. The demon's left hand struck out fiercely while Lin Xian controlled the illusions of the two extreme Dao Emperor weapons to fight against it. In the end, after 36 moves, Cloud Sky Saint's body was smashed apart again. Only the demon's left hand was still intact. At that moment, Lin Xian directly waved the 10,000 dragons diagram and rushed forward. The dragon sword soul roared and transformed into countless sword lights. This time, it went all out and quickly wiped out Cloud Sky Saint's blood. Cloud Sky Saint was so scared that he peed his pants. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be afraid because he was a saint. However, when the Dragon Sword Soul appeared, he was so scared that he peed his pants. The piercingly cold sword chi caused his saint's blood to be constantly wiped out and disappeared. If all of his blood was wiped out, he would really die. Hence, he fled like crazy. His blood scattered into countless pieces and flew in all directions like blood rain. However, the great dragon sword soul was even more powerful. It transformed into countless beams of sword chi. In the end, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers, and a sword seal was imprinted in the void. This scene was the same as the Little Sword Saint's 10,000 sword art. Countless sword chi trash rushed out together with the seawater of the void sea. Cloud Sky Saint screamed. Most of his saint blood had been destroyed. The remaining saint blood would not be able to escape. However, before Lin Xian could do anything, Cloud Sky Saint screamed. His remaining blood was absorbed. No, damn it, what's going on? He screamed like a madman, and the people around him were stunned. Did Lin Wuti use some powerful technique again? Lin Xian also stopped and frowned. He did not use any techniques, so what was going on with Cloud Sky Saint? It was the devil's left hand. He finally discovered that terrifying demonic runes had appeared on the left hand of the devil. He sucked the rest of the sacred blood into his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Cloud Sky Saint let out an angry roar. Damn it, how could this happen? He was really shocked. After he obtained the devil's left hand from the devil's altar, he was ecstatic. With his strength, he could attack continuously. Moreover, he had many treasures on him that could restore his strength at any time. Hence, in his opinion, the devil's left hand was like a sacred weapon. As long as he was not dead, he could use it. However, he realized that he did not understand the devil's left hand at all. At the last moment, the devil's left hand had absorbed his blood. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to come back to life? Or was he trying to do something else? Or was it something that was being controlled by someone else in the first place? Cloud Sky Saint did not know that the last of his blood had been absorbed by the devil's left hand. As for him, he had disappeared into thin air. In the end, he did not die in the hands of Lin Xian. Instead, he died in the hands of his own weapon. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. Previously, they were envious of the devil's left hand. But now, the devil's left hand was floating quietly in the void sea. However, no one dared to step forward. Boss! Lin Xian raised his golden hand and grabbed the devil's left hand. Then, he pulled it in front of him and looked at it carefully. What a magical item! It could even kill a saint. He cast a few seals and sealed the devil's left hand. He felt that this was a treasure. He had seen it before. Cloud Sky Saint was not as strong as him. But after taking out the devil's left hand, he could injure him. This was definitely a divine weapon. If used well, it would not be weaker than a sacred weapon. Yen Ryu frowned. This item is a little weird. Are you sure you want to use it? Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. I'll study it first. Anyway, I can't leave such a good item to others. He kept the devil's left hand. After that, Lin Xian and Yen Ryu started to wait. The surrounding people also started to leave one after another. They were all watching from afar with uncertainty. No one dared to step forward. Even the little sword saint had left, because he had suffered a huge blow after watching this battle. After about half a month, the blood-red whirlpool slowly disappeared. The dark red divine dragon and the north beast's figure also appeared. When the two of them came out, they laughed excitedly. The dark red divine dragon roared. "This is great. The demon saint's blood is indeed useful to me. I'm almost at the saint realm now. The dragon blood in my body is unusually strong." On the other side, the north demon smiled satisfactorily. His 1,000-demon body was even more mysterious. Obviously, the blood-red whirlpool had given the two of them great rewards. The group left again. Everyone had gained something. Lin Xian had also obtained the water Daoish stone. So, he was left with one last target. That was the statue of the great sage. However, Lin Xian did not know where it was at the moment. But then again, the statue of the great sage could suppress the terrifying demon qi. Even the Langya star wanted to get it. It was definitely an extremely precious treasure. If there was one, it must be in the deepest part of the void ocean. So, the group identified the direction and headed towards the deepest part of the void ocean. On the other side, Long Shan, Huang Batian, and the others fled quickly. They only relaxed when they realized that no one was chasing after them when they were tens of millions of miles away. Then, they used their trump cards and natural treasures to recover their bodies. The four of them were extremely pale, without a trace of blood. The recovery this time had damaged their foundation. It seemed that after returning, they would have to go into seclusion for hundreds of years to completely recover. Damn it! How could that guy be so powerful? Long Shan gritted his teeth. Huang Batian and the others also looked gloomy. Xikong Jing's expression was cold. However, at this moment, his brows twitched. Because his family's sound transmission array rang. After hearing the sound transmission, Xikong Jing's expression changed. "Everyone, I have something to do. I'll leave first." Chapter 3381. What's wrong with this guy? Yu Lingzi frowned. Could something have happened? Long Shan also said coldly. What could have happened? It was probably something related to their family. Huang Batian. It was rumored that a very powerful sage from the Xikong family had entered the void ocean and even opened up a space. It was said that he had left behind countless treasures. This legend had been circulating in the Xikong family. Therefore, every time the void ocean opened, the Xikong family would send a large number of experts to explore. This time was no exception. Judging from Xikong Jing's expression, could it be that his family had discovered some breakthrough? It's really possible. Why don't we follow them and take a look? Yu Lingzi suggested. Long Shan and Huang Batian also nodded. The three of them hid their auras and flew into the distance. Xikong Jing flew very fast because he was extremely excited. The array voice transmission just now was indeed given to him by his family. Moreover, the content made his blood boil because they had finally discovered the relics left behind by their sage ancestor. He was too excited because there was a legend that had been circulating in his family since he was born. Basically, every few years, Xikong Jing would hear the elders of his family mention this legend. Therefore, Xikong Jing was very familiar with this legend. It was said that the Xikong family used to be very powerful and was a top family. There was a sage in the family who had cultivated to the Great Sage realm. The Great Sage was at the peak of the Sage realm. He was only one step away from the Great Emperor realm. Such combat strength was enough to dominate the starry sky. However, for some reason, the Great Sage had suddenly gone to the void ocean when he was at his peak and never returned. Since then, the Xikong family had plummeted. Although it was still a big force now, it was nothing compared to its heyday. Later, it was rumored that their great sage had not died. Instead, He had opened up an independent space in the void ocean and established his own force. Therefore, the Seekong family had been searching for the space treasures left behind by the great sage all these years. This time, they had found an important clue, so they hurriedly summoned Seekong Jing. Thinking of this, Seekong Jing's speed increased. Finally, after flying for about 3 days, Seekong Jing finally arrived at his destination. In front of him, there were many people standing there. Those people were the powerhouses of the Seekong clan. They were gathered together at this moment, and there was an array beneath their feet. Everyone was trembling with excitement, as if they were waiting for something. When Seekong arrived, they raised their heads. He was here. Everyone looked at Seekong Jing. Seekong Jing also asked, "Elder, have you already found the clues? Why haven't you started? I was just waiting for you. Your bloodline is purer. Only with your bloodline and our bloodline as support can we activate the formation and connect to the clues left behind by the great sage." Okay. Seekong Jing didn't refuse. He directly cut his palm and dripped his purest blood on the formation. The surrounding powerhouses of the Seekong clan also cut their palms, and all the blood dripped down. The formation beneath his feet also lit up with a crimson light. The surrounding sea started to tremble violently. In the next moment, a shocking muffled sound rang out and almost overturned all the powerhouses from the Seekong clan. What happened? Seekong Jing's eyes widened, and his face turned pale. The eyes of those experienced powerhouses lit up. It was done. They finally found the clue. Before they finished speaking, more and more rumbling sounds rang out and spread out in all directions. Oh no, it's too loud. Seekong Jing's expression changed. However, those experienced powerhouses said, "It's okay, we've already set up the formation to cover the sky." However, before they finished speaking, the surrounding formation shattered with a bang, and an increasingly violent aura swept out in all directions. Damn it, this force is too strong. It's destroying our preparations and the formation we set up. It'll probably attract others. What should we do? Should we stop it? Or should we set up a new formation and try again? Someone suggested. However, those powerhouses said, there's no other way. Once this thing is activated, it's out of our control. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Besides, even if other people are attracted, so what? The Seekong clan isn't afraid of anyone. This belongs to our clan. Who dares to take it from us? Speaking of this, a cold murderous intent burst out from their eyes. The surrounding warriors of the Seekong clan all calmed down and waited patiently. Behind them, Long Shan and the other two stopped, looking surprised because they felt an extremely terrifying aura in front of them. There seemed to be an illusory image between heaven and earth. What's that? They widened their eyes because they found that a pagoda had appeared in the sea. It was a blue pagoda, and it looked very similar to the illusory image of the hidden immortal pagoda. At first, they thought that it was Lin Wudi or Yen Nantian fighting there. However, after careful observation, they found that it wasn't them. That blue pagoda wasn't the hidden immortal pagoda, which made them feel relieved. What kind of pagoda is this? Could it be that a treasure in the void sea has been discovered? It was very likely that it had something to do with the Seekong clan. Thinking of this, Long Shan and the other two were overjoyed. They sped up, lurked more carefully, and rushed forward. At the same time, the people in the surrounding sea also felt it. They felt a violent wave that caused an underwater earthquake. However, in the next moment, they saw an illusory image of a pagoda in the endless distance. It was indomitable, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sea. Heavens, what's that? The aura is too terrifying. Is it the hidden immortal pagoda? No, it's not the aura of a battle. It's a majestic aura of righteousness. A treasure of heaven and earth must have appeared. Hurry up, this treasure is definitely at the level of a saint. Not only that, it's definitely not left behind by an ordinary saint. Even those saints would be jealous if they saw it. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, Dragon Valley, Eight Wind Palace, and all the other major forces moved out. The other clans and experts in the vicinity also began to move. They had no choice. They had been here for so long, but they had never seen such a phenomenon in the Void Sea. Lin Xian and the others naturally saw it as well. Instantly, their faces were filled with shock. What a powerful energy wave, and this illusory image is too terrifying. They could see it from so far away. The North Demon and the others were just right. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Isn't this direction the depths of the Void Sea? Moreover, this scene might be related to the statue of the Great Sage. Chapter 3382. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, it was already 5 days later. Countless experts and family clans had already appeared around them. Their gazes were all fixed on the blue pagoda in front of them. There were a few people standing at the front, staring coldly in all directions. Those people were from the Sikong family. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. To be honest, they did not expect that the Great Sage Pagoda's image would attract so many people's attention. And there were too many people. They had been full of confidence before, but now they were full of bitterness. If it were just one or two forces, they would definitely be able to stop them. But there were too many people now. A single smear could drown them. But they were not very worried because if there really was a treasure, these people would definitely not gather together to form a force. They would definitely fight on their own. And when that time came, the Sikong family would still have a huge advantage. More importantly, this was a treasure left behind by their ancestor. They had the power of bloodline. This advantage was really too great. Thinking of this, they all calmed down. In the sky, the blue pagoda became more and more solid. Finally, it seemed to really appear. The majestic aura made everyone feel that they were not facing a pagoda, but a supreme immortal mountain. It made people want to worship and tremble. What was going on? Some of the newcomers were confused, but there were also some experts from the big families who looked serious. One of them said, "I think it's very likely that this is the Great Sage Pagoda." In the Great Sage Tower, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The title of Great Sage wasn't just for show. One had to be an extremely top saint to be able to become a great god. Every great sage was an earth-shattering figure. They were all candidates who had the potential to become great emperors. But now, a great sage pagoda had appeared. The surrounding people's eyes instantly lit up. The dark red divine dragon, North Demon, and Yan Ryu were also very surprised. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Could it be that the statue of the great sage was the destination he was looking for? What an unexpected surprise. However, what was going on with those people from the Sikong clan? How could they be so close without being affected? The surrounding people also wanted to go forward, but when they felt the vast power of heaven and earth, they didn't dare to go forward. If he tried to break through, he would probably be torn to pieces. This was because another powerhouse from the Great Sage Pagoda of the Sikong family had spoken. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people immediately went crazy. The Sikong clan had the Great Sage. How could that be? With the Great Sage and the Sikong family, would they still stay with them? The Sikong family had indeed produced a Great Sage. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying Great Sage. However, that great sage had already disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. That was why the Seekong family had declined. Even so, it was still a very terrifying family. One could only imagine how terrifying their clan's foundation was. Yes, I've also heard rumors that the great sage of the Seekong family disappeared after entering the void ocean. For tens of thousands of years, the Seekong family had always wanted to enter the void ocean to investigate. Every time the void ocean opened, they would frantically search for it. They didn't expect that they would finally find it this time. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. It seemed that the statue he was looking for should be the Seekong family's great sage statue. After all, it was impossible for the void ocean to have two great sage statues. That would be too shocking. Kid, it seems that this is the target you're looking for. Now that the power of the great sage tower had disappeared, it was the best time to enter. As he spoke, he stomped his foot and rushed forward like a small mountain. His target was the entrance of the great sage tower. The entrance was very magnificent. It was 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide. There were water ripples on it, and it was unusually simple and mysterious. Everyone's eyes focused on the entrance when they saw someone trying to barge in. It was a half-sage who had tempered his body. It seemed that he was very strong. Would he be able to enter? Everyone became nervous. The tall half-sage looked at the entrance in front of him and shouted loudly, "Then I won't be polite." Countless law fragments appeared on his body. They were like shields that firmly enveloped his body. This was a half-sage of the law of earth. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance and stepped in with one foot. Damn it, stop. This is our item. They were truly infuriated. They had used their own blood to create this. This great sage tower was originally their Seekong family's private property. But now, who cared if it belonged to their family? The surrounding people were already jealous. It was already good enough that they didn't attack the Seekong family directly. In the end, the remaining sacred pills were divided among the people from the Seekong family: Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, Dark Moon Temple, and 8 Wind Palace. Only a dozen pills were left, and they were scattered in the hands of the others. They couldn't accept it, they couldn't accept it. Many people roared crazily. How could there be enough to go around? They stared ahead with greed on their faces. At this moment, the people from the Seekong family were ready to enter. Because they didn't get much before, it wasn't enough to go around. So they decided to go in. When they saw this scene, many people surrounded them. The people from the Seekong family sneered. "Can you enter? If you can't, then stay here. If you dare to come out, we'll kill you." The people from Dragon Valley said coldly. The people from 8 Wind Palace also said, "Yes, you'd better cooperate and find a way to let us in. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave this void ocean." Their voices were filled with endless dominance. The people from Dark Moon Temple and Vermilion Bird Palace also looked unfriendly. The surrounding people were also eyeing them covetously. It seemed that if they couldn't enter, they would really stay here until the end of time. When they saw this scene, the young disciples of the Seekong family looked extremely upset. The powerhouses had said that they didn't need to care about them. They just needed to let them in. So what if these people went in? The other party was not from the Seekong family, so they definitely wouldn't have an advantage over them. Therefore, the people from the Seekong family ignored them and walked straight ahead. The people behind him followed closely behind. Lin Xian and the others were also following closely behind. However, after walking for a while, they stopped. Many people behind them shouted angrily, "Damn it! What's going on?" Could it be that the Sikong family wanted to go back on their word? They were afraid that the other party would shake them off. However, the voice of the Sikong family came from the front. "Three paths have appeared in front of us. Which path should we take?" "What? 3 paths?" Some people were shocked. Could they be lying to us? However, at this time, the people from Dragon Valley and 8-Wind Palace also said that there were indeed 3 paths. "Damn it! Shut up! Otherwise, we'll kill all of you." When these words were said, everyone fell silent. The people from the Sikong family also frowned. 3 paths had appeared in front of them. Which path should they take? They sensed carefully and even used their bloodline power to test it. However, they found that the 3 paths were exactly the same. They couldn't tell which path was which. This scene surprised them a little. However, in the end, the people from the Sikong family decided to split into 3 paths. There had to be a group that could enter. This was the safest way. When they saw that the Sikong family had split into 3 paths, the surrounding people hurriedly discussed. Soon, the people from Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and Dragon Valley also decided to split into 3 paths and followed closely. They wouldn't let go of any possibility. Chapter 3384. Lin Xian looked at Little White. Little White also shook its head. It couldn't see clearly. It was too chaotic. Lin Xian sighed. There was nothing he could do. Even Little White couldn't see clearly. He could imagine how powerful the great sage was. He said, "Looks like we have to split into 3 groups. How about this? I'll take 1, Ryu will take 1, and you and the North Demon will take 1. This way, we won't be left empty-handed." Just as the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the North Demon were about to leave, Lin Xian was stunned. He said, "Come here." Hearing this, the Dark Red Divine Dragon was stunned. They returned to Lin Xian's side again. "What happened? What happened? Didn't they say they would each take 1 path?" "Kid, what did you find?" they asked. Lin Xian said, "Something's wrong. Look at Sikong Jing." He looked up at Sikong Jing and found that there were many strong cultivators of the Sikong family surrounding him. They seemed to be protecting him. "What's going on? Didn't you find it?" Previously, Sikong Jing had drawn blood first, and then the other family members had dripped blood. This meant that Sikong Jing's bloodline might be very pure in his family. Hearing this, the North Demon and the other 2 took a deep breath. They knew this situation. Even in the same family, there were differences in bloodlines. Obviously, Sikong Jing's identity was very special. "Kid, do you mean we should follow that guy?" the Dark Red Divine Dragon asked. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, we should follow them." Although the Sikong family was divided into 3 groups, it was obvious that Sikong Jing's path was the most likely to arrive. "He's taking the east path. Let's follow him." Speaking of this, Lin Xian strode forward. Yen Ryu and the other 2 also took a deep breath and followed. Originally, every path was very crowded. Now that Lin Xian and the others were heading east, many people were dissatisfied. "Damn it, get lost!" one of the half-saints roared. He didn't even turn his head. He just slapped back. In this place, it didn't matter who they killed. They wouldn't show any mercy. This palm strike was extremely terrifying. The 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 stars, blooming with extremely dazzling light. This was the 5-star fist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was an expert. Who was it that dared to provoke such a person? In the next moment, they were stunned because they discovered that the 5-star fist was being held by a large golden hand. Crack! The fist turned into a bloody mist, and the half-saint who used the 5 elements boxing was sent flying by the slap. Get lost! His voice was cold and domineering. Who was it? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and turned their heads. They saw a young man in a red robe with a cold expression. Beside him, there were a few figures with equally powerful auras. When they saw Lin Xian, many people's expressions immediately changed, as if they had seen a ghost. They turned around and left. Hey, where are you going? Some of his companions exclaimed. The men were so frightened that I didn't go in. They did not even turn their heads. Some of the others were also stunned. What was going on? Could it be that these people were very powerful? Not everyone had seen the faces of Lin Xian and the others, so some people were still puzzled at this moment. Lin Xian did not say anything, but the dark red dragon next to him jumped out and roared, "Those who don't want to die, make way for me." This move could be said to be extremely arrogant. Everyone present was a half-saint powerhouse. Who would be willing to make way for others? Immediately, some people sneered, "Make way. Do you believe that I won't skin you and make you into a boot? Boot your ass." 8 styles of the heavenly dragon. The dark red dragon roared, and 8 dragon shadows appeared from its body, instantly blasting those who sneered away. Those people were blasted into pieces, and their blood dyed the ground red. The others were also scared out of their wits. Damn, this method is too powerful, isn't it? The half-saint who used the 5-star fist gritted his teeth. Kid, which sect are you from? Do you dare to tell me your name? Around him, 3 more half-saint powerhouses appeared. Each of them looked unfriendly, and countless stars appeared on their bodies, causing everyone's expression to change. 5-star alignment. The light on their bodies actually gathered together, forming a terrifying formation. The 5 of them roared. The 5-star alignment rushed over like a sharp knife, and many people around were sent flying by this force. Boom! Lin Xian opened the sky with his left hand, and a golden fist like the sun blasted out quickly. It collided with the 5-star alignment. Suddenly, a very terrifying force swept out, and the surrounding people's expressions all changed. Because they just wanted to enter the Great Sage Tower. Although there were conflicts, they did not fight. But now, this sudden surge of energy caused everyone's expression to change. They all looked over. In the sky, the golden sun directly smashed the 5-star alignment. Not only that, those powerhouses were also sent flying while vomiting blood, and their faces were full of horror. Not only them, but the surrounding people also fell, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Xian led his people forward, and soon, they reached the front. In the front, the Sikong clan people also frowned, but they did not pay attention to it, and let the people behind fight. It would be best if they killed each other. Only the Sikong clan was left. But at this time, Sikong Jing's body trembled, as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. The next time he looked back, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. Damn it, it's you! He screamed like crazy. What's going on? Jing, who is he? Why is Sikong Jing so scared? The powerhouses of the Sikong clan also frowned. It shouldn't be. Sikong Jing's strength was very powerful, and he was definitely the top among the half-saints. Even if he encountered a saint, he could deal with them. But now, this person made him so scared. They also turned their heads and found that the other party was a very young man. Is this Yan Nantian? Could it be that the successor of the great emperor was already this terrifying? Or is he a saint? They could not figure it out. However, Sikong Jing's voice trembled. Elder, let's go quickly. He is Lin Wudi. What? He is Lin Wudi. The Sikong clan elder's eyelids also twitched. They had heard of his name long ago. This was the first time they had seen him. Now that they saw him, he was indeed powerful. Ordinary half-saints could not withstand a single blow from him. Looking at Sikong's fearful expression, could it be that their genius had actually been defeated by the other party? Thinking of this, their faces darkened, but now was not the time for them to think too much. Let's go quickly. They supported Sikong Jing and sped up. Let's follow. Lin Xian and the others followed closely behind, and soon they all rushed forward. Chapter 3385. He entered that passage. Could it be that he knew where the real passage was? Let's go to that passage. Many people rushed over, and the battle erupted again. Get lost. Damn it, I'll go in first. Damn it, I'll kill whoever dares to go in. The crazy battle sounded behind them, but it had nothing to do with Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others followed Sikong Jing and entered the East Passage first. After flying for about half a day, they felt that the front was wide, and there seemed to be a blue light screen. When they passed through the light screen, they found that there was no passage ahead. Instead, it was a vast hall. Was this the inside of the Great Sage Pagoda? After entering, the dark red dragon and the others looked around and were amazed. The inside was much wider than what they saw from the outside. As expected of the Great Sage's work, there was a space inside. Lin Xian frowned. Was there a natural law here? He had been to the Demon Cultivation Valley. He naturally knew that the Demonic Cultivation Valley had its own laws. Some of the powers outside couldn't be used. He wondered if the Grand Sage Tower was that terrifying. He silently sensed. On the other hand, the powerhouses of the Sikong clan ahead were trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha, I feel it. I feel the same bloodline power as our clan. This must be left behind by our great sage. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and the others who came in. He sneered. What do you have to fight with us here? A mere Sikong clan dares to be arrogant in front of me. The dark red dragon sneered. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He had felt that he was indeed suppressed. His strength had been reduced by almost 30%. But was it a natural law? There were no restrictions. Anyone could use it. Lin Xian immediately reminded them to be careful. Their strength had been reduced by 30%. He did not know if the Sikong clan had any restrictions, so they should not rashly start a fight. Hearing this, the dark red dragon, Yen Ryu, and the others frowned. This was not a good thing, but they quickly shook their heads. Because everyone would be suppressed, not just them. Sure enough, the people who came in later also cried out in surprise. They naturally felt that the power was weaker than before and were extremely surprised. The members of the Sikong clan all laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, we weren't suppressed. We weren't suppressed. Instead, we felt that our strength had increased. Me too. As expected of the great sage of our Sikong clan. He's so protective of us. They're really too happy. Looking at the people around him, he laughed coldly. Damned ants, I'll let you know what despair is in a while. In this place, they seemed to be the masters as they laughed heartily. When the surrounding people heard this, their faces also changed. But soon, their eyes lit up. There was a row of bookshelves there. Were those divine ability manuals? Someone said. He rushed over like a gust of wind. On the other side, someone asked, where are the weapons? Divine weapons. They flew to the other side. In an instant, everyone who came in went crazy. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was simply a treasure trove. Damn it, stop. This is all ours. The powerhouses of the Sikong family roared madly and rushed over in an attempt to stop them. In an instant, the battle started again. It was very intense. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the sky because he was looking for the statue of the great sage. However, the void here was very strange. He could only see the third level. He didn't know if there was anything above the third level. It seemed like he had to go to the third level first and then look at the things above. At the thought of this, he said, do you want to collect treasures here or go to the higher levels? Let's go to the other levels. There are so many good things on the first level. The second painting was of countless flowers. They were as bright as blood and had an indescribable aura. It made people uncomfortable. That painting was also carved with Tao runes. The flowers were mesmerizing. The third painting was a vast expanse of green. It seemed to be a painting of the sky. It could be said that this was a divine ability, but it was more like a kind of artistic conception. Once it was used, its power would definitely be boundless. Crack. At this moment, the scrolls on the wall rolled up on their own, as if they were not allowed to look at them. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others didn't mind. The great sage's mechanism was so ingenious that if they didn't let them look, they wouldn't even be able to see them. Therefore, Lin Xian said, let's go. When they came out, they happened to meet a few people who wanted to go up to the second level. Immediately, they stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, how did they get to that place? Was there anything there? These people instantly surrounded them. Many of them endured it and found that there were only a few scrolls around, but they were hung up. They tried for a long time, but they couldn't open them. Instead, they were sent flying by a force. Other than that, there was nothing else. Damn it, they must have taken the treasures. The people around them roared crazily. Among them, one of the sages had an extremely cold expression. Damn brat, speak, what did you get? Hand it over, and I'll spare your lives. There were also two clones of the sages who laughed sinisterly. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just capture them, collect their souls, keep their bodies, and take away their storage rings. There were more than 10 figures around them, and they pressed forward together. Among them were the sages and their clones. Their aura was too strong. However, at that moment, Lin Xian took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. All the mountains looked small. Countless mountains seemed to have appeared under his feet, and those mountains directly enveloped the sages in front of him. Immediately, those people's expressions changed. Damn it, what's that? The sages roared crazily, and the people around them trembled in fear. They seemed to be standing at the foot of the mountains and looking up at the gods. At that moment, Lin Xian's aura was rising infinitely. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were so domineering that it was as if he was a supreme king looking down on ants. Plop, plop. The surrounding experts all knelt on the ground and trembled. They could not resist that aura at all. The clones of the sages felt their scalps go numb. Even the sages were sweating profusely, and their robes were all wet. He had seen such a situation before, but that was only when he faced an extremely terrifying sage. The kid in front of him was a half-sage. No matter how powerful he was, he should not be able to suppress him in terms of aura. However, he was trembling all over and did not dare to resist at all. Is this what it means to see all the mountains look small? The dark red dragon and the others were also extremely surprised. At that moment, Yenryu made her move. Then try my river flows into the great wilderness. As she spoke, countless mountains appeared on both sides of her. There was only one large river under her feet that was surging endlessly. The river water was too violent, and it swept towards those experts in an instant. With a boom, the surrounding half-sages were all swept into the water, and they screamed miserably. The sages' bodies also trembled. Damn it! They gritted their teeth and roared crazily. However, the primordial river was too terrifying. It kept retreating towards them. Run! These people are too strange. The sages took the lead to escape, and the others were scared out of their wits. You want to leave? It's harder than ascending to the heavens. The dark red dragon roared and soared into the sky. A blue sky appeared below it as if it was the firmament, enveloping those people. Those people found it difficult to move. Damn it, why can't I move? Chapter 3387. Ha, look at my mesmerizing flowers. The North Demon also walked out. His 1,000-demon body shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, countless beautiful flowers bloomed around him. The petals danced in the air, forming an illusory array. The half-saints inside were all stunned. They seemed to be lost in it. Some of them even laughed foolishly. However, behind the illusion was a terrifying killing intent. The petals suddenly turned into peerless hidden weapons that pierced through the half-saints' foreheads. Even the half-saints were hit. They screamed miserably. They burned their half-saints' blood and rushed out of the strange scene. Then, they escaped. One of the half-saints' clones exploded and escaped with the power of self-destruction. However, the other one was left behind. It was surrounded by countless beautiful flowers and could not escape at all. The remaining half-saints were also killed. The 4 of them used their new ultimate moves. The power was extraordinarily terrifying. Ha ha ha, this feels so good. The dark red dragon kept roaring. He was too excited. Lin Xian was also shocked. Although he knew that it was powerful, he was still shocked when he used it to defeat people. Even the half-saints could not resist it. The great sage's move was too powerful. He didn't know if it was specially carved or drawn casually. If it was really drawn casually, then that kind of method was definitely heaven-defying. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others retracted the vision and walked toward the second level. They did not know if there were any treasures left behind by the great sage. When they reached the second level, they stopped. They found that the second level was filled with seawater. It was not ordinary seawater. It should be the essence of the void ocean that had been refined by the great sage. Therefore, it was exceptionally terrifying. It was like the Milky Way that blocked their path. It was the Milky Way's water that blocked everyone's path. For a moment, no one dared to go forward. However, after Lin Xian and the others arrived, many others arrived. When they saw the Milky Way's water in front of them, they immediately sneered. What's the big deal? Let me do it. 2 half-saints of the water half-saints came out. They moved very quickly. Fragments of the law of water instantly rose from their bodies. Then, they laughed loudly and walked forward. In an instant, they seemed to have turned into water gods. They were extremely agile and entered the Milky Way. However, as soon as they entered, they screamed in pain. The Milky Way's water stirred and swallowed the two half-saints of the water half-saints. Then, there was no sound. Everyone was so scared that their hair stood on end. The newcomers felt their scalps go numb. Half-saints of the water half-saints, just like that. Half-saints of the water half-saints. Heavens, what kind of water is this? Someone in front sneered. Do you think we won't go if it's so easy? Half-saints of the Milky Ways of water half-saints of the water half-saints of the Milky Way. Half-saints of the half-saints of half-saints, half-saints, of the half-saints of half-saints, half-saints of the Milky Way half-saints blood demon half-saint. However, at that moment, the people from the Seacone clan moved. It's almost done. We can go now. They used the blood to surround themselves and then walked forward. Sure enough, he was fine. Half-saint Milky Demon half-saints of the half-saint to demon. Of the. They didn't have the Seacone bloodline, but they seemed to have found a flaw. Everyone's path was very winding. It was as if the Milky Way in front of them was an array. As long as they passed through it cleverly, they wouldn't be injured. The people behind also tried to enter, but most of them didn't know the mystery inside. So, they were drowned in minutes. Of course, there were also a few saints who relied on their powerful weapons and strength to resist. The remaining people had ugly expressions. Those who could pass were all powerful saints or top sects like the Milky Demon half-saints of the Milky Way. The others didn't have such strength. Were they going to be trapped here for the rest of their lives and only be able to watch those people fight for the treasures? They couldn't accept it. However, at this moment, a few people said, "Get out of the way. We want to cross the Milky Way." Hearing that, the others all turned their heads. 4 figures walked out. The 4 people had their backs to them, but they looked very young. How dare such people cross the river? What a joke. Who were these people? Did they have a death wish? Yes, they weren't saints at all. If they were disciples of a large sect like the Milky Demon half-saints of the Milky Way, they would have followed them. The people in front of them were obviously itinerant cultivators. Everyone sneered. They looked at the backs of the 4 people, waiting to see how they would die. However, the 4 people ignored them. Among them, Lin Xian said, "What do you think? Did you see it clearly?" "You saw it roughly, but it'll take some time to study it carefully. I think with our strength, we can resist it for a while." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Ruffian Dragon, use the heaven-crippling chessboard as a formation. We'll support you in battle and force our way through." The dark red dragon instantly played the heaven-crippling chessboard. Immediately, Lin Xian and the other 2 jumped on it and flew toward the Milky Way. There's really someone who doesn't know what's good for him. The people behind sneered. Soon, they were stunned because they found that the person could block the Milky Way's water and was quickly crossing the Milky Way. That's an array formation. They're using an array formation. Get on that array formation. We can follow them. Suddenly, hope rose in everyone's heart. Previously, they did not dare to talk to Dragon Valley, Ba Huang Dong, or the Sage. But now, there were only 4 people, and they were using an ingenious array formation. That made them tempted. In an instant, many people soared into the sky. "Kid, take me over, and I'll give you a weapon. Let me go up, and I'll teach you a divine power for free. Kid, you'd better let us go up, or we'll pull out your tendons and peel off your bones. You'll wish you were dead." Some people tried to tempt him, but most of them were threatening him. In their opinion, it would be easy for them to threaten him with so many people. Hearing those voices, Lin Xian did not even turn his head. "Come up if you want to die, scram if you don't want to die." Oh my, how arrogant can he be? The people behind were furious. Although they could not cross the Milky Way, it did not mean that they were weak. Since they were able to enter this place, they were all powerhouses with tricks up their sleeves. At this moment, they were being berated by a young man who did not even turn his head. Was he looking down on them? In an instant. Those people were furious. Damn it, let's join forces and capture this kid. We'll let them use the array formation to help us cross the Milky Way. Immediately, 8 powerhouses jumped out. Their bodies emitted boundless light that swept through the entire space. Chapter 3388. Do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around. His chi and blood were like dragons, and an extremely terrifying sword will gushed out and swept in all directions. That aura was so terrifying that it made everyone's expression change. They seemed to have an illusion that they were not facing a young man, but a saint. At that moment, Lin Xian was bursting with power. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like divine swords. The sword aura on his body was like a dragon. When it came out, it let out a terrifying roar and directly shattered the seal. The 8 experts who wanted to attack immediately stopped. They were shocked and their bodies were trembling. He was too strong. He was able to shatter the seal that they worked together to create in an instant. The others screamed. What? It's him, Lin Wudi. What do you mean by that person is Lin Wudi? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The 8 experts who attacked were about to cry. They dared to cause trouble for Lin Wudi. Were they tired of living? Those people quickly shook their heads. Young Master Lin, we were wrong. Young Master Lin, please spare us. 2 of them even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. When the other 6 people saw that, they also knelt in the void. Their hearts were twitching. If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They might be spared from death, but they could not escape punishment. Their cultivation would be reduced by 100 years. Lin Xian flicked his finger. A sword wave rushed out and hit the 8 people. The 8 of them screamed and retreated. Every one of them was injured, and there was a terrifying sword mark on their bodies. That sword had seriously injured them, and even damaged their foundation. They would not be able to recover without 100 years' time. Lin Xian was too decisive, and they could not resist at all. However, the 4 of them did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Because their opponent was Lin Wudi. They could only thank Lin Xian for sparing their lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around with his hands behind his back. They controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and quickly crossed the Milky Way. The people behind him were all stunned. He was really too powerful. With a raise of his hand, he suppressed all of them. Children should be like Lin Wudi. Those experts were envious. The others were also silent for a while. Yes, if any family had a genius like Lin Wudi, that family would definitely soar to the sky. Lin Xian and the others used the heavenly crippled chessboard to cross the Milky Way and head inside. Soon, they passed through the 2nd level and arrived at the 3rd level. From the looks of it, there was only one Milky Way on the 2nd level, which blocked everyone's path. After reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Xian's group stopped. The Sikong clan and those powerhouses who had gone there before were also here. These people were all looking around, and many of them were even looking up. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked up. Previously, when he was on the 1st floor, he could only see the 3rd floor. He couldn't see anything beyond the 3rd floor. Now that he had arrived at the 3rd level, he naturally wanted to take a look. What was above the 3rd level? However, after taking a look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Above the 3rd level, there was a passageway. The surrounding walls were all flickering with light. They were completely made of divine crystals. There were also some rare metals, which were excellent materials for refining half-saint artifacts. They were precious treasures in the eyes of a half-saint. But here, they were casually made into walls. The method was very extravagant. The engraved patterns on the walls were also extremely profound, flickering with incomparably mysterious power. There were even sunken holes on the walls, and there was something on each of them. Some were weapons, some were elixir bottles. Some were paintings or jade slips. It was obvious that these were all treasures stored here. Every treasure was sealed. They couldn't be taken. They could only be taken by breaking the seal. The dark red divine dragon next to him also looked up and exclaimed. The carvings were beautiful. The light made it look like the sky was full of gods and Buddhas. Indeed, there was something at the top. Yen Ryu also exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian opened his heavenly secret godly eyes and looked carefully. The next moment, his pupils shrank. Did he find it? He saw that on the 7th level, which was the top of the pagoda, there was a statue floating in the void. It seemed to be suppressing the entire pagoda. The statue was blue in color, but it was very simple and did not have much light. From this angle, Lin Xian could only see the lower half of the statue. However, with just a glance, he could feel the vastness of heaven and earth, as if that person could suppress all things in the universe. The statue of the great sage. That's right, it must be the statue of the great sage. Lin Xian clenched his fists. It seemed that that thing was his ultimate goal. He had to find a way to get it. However, before he could do anything, the people in front turned their heads. They didn't expect that someone else could come from behind. For a moment, they all looked at him. Many people's expressions changed. Lin Wudi. They exclaimed in surprise. Among them, Longshan, Yulingzi, and the others' expressions became incomparably ugly. However, the experts of their sect snorted coldly, their eyes gloomy. Was this person Lin Wudi? He was much younger than they had imagined. At this moment, a young figure walked out from the Sikong clan at the front. It was Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing said. The Sikong clan is willing to join forces with the major sects and the sages. However, other than the sages and sects that are on par with our Sikong clan, I don't want anyone else to appear here. As he said this, he stared at Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, everyone turned their heads, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They knew that Sikong Jing's words were directed at Lin Wudi. However, they were very confused. With Sikong Jing's status and strength, shouldn't he join forces with all of them to deal with Lin Wudi? Could it be that there was a secret behind this? Before they could figure it out, Longshan, Wang Batian, and Yulingzi also walked out. That's right, I agree. We are all the top forces. Why should a few small rogue cultivators come here to share the treasure with us? Why don't we join forces and get rid of them? That's right, these people are all treasures, especially Lin Wudi, who is the successor of 2 great inheritances. Longshan's eyes also lit up with a fiery light. The surrounding experts of the major sects all frowned. What's going on? These 4 young people are joining forces, and they want to join forces with all of them. It shouldn't be. After all, whether it was Longshan, Wang Batian, Yulingzi, or Sikong Jing, each of them was an arrogant peerless genius. They even thought that they were on par with Yan Nantian. Why would such a person join forces with others? This was an extremely shameful thing. However, not only were the 4 top geniuses joining forces, but they were also joining forces with the veteran experts. Chapter 3389. When Lin Xian heard this, he burst into laughter. Although your excuses are dignified, you still can't hide the fear in your hearts. You 4 pieces of trash escaped from me last time, so I didn't continue to chase after you. Why, you still dare to find trouble with me now? Do you think that the elites of your family are here? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian looked around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Long Shan and the others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces were extremely ugly. The elites around them gasped. What was going on? Could it be that they had all been defeated by him? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. This Lin Wudi, how much has he grown? What nonsense! An elite from the Dragon Valley stood out and shouted coldly. Lin Wudi, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that the elites of the Dragon Valley can't beat you? They just don't want to waste their energy. That's right. The elites of the 8-Wind Hall also stepped out. There's no need to fight one-on-one against you. We have the absolute advantage. Just kill him. Why bother talking to him? The elites of the Dark Moon Temple also stepped out. They also didn't believe that their elites would lose to Lin Xian. They also didn't want to admit this fact. Lin Xian sneered. What's wrong? You're wavering, aren't you? You want to kill me to silence me? Ask yourself, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I can crush them to death with just one hand. Lin Xian looked at Long Shan and the others with a look of disdain. The elites of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Hall were so angry that they vomited blood. But soon, their faces became extremely ugly. At this point, their elites didn't refute. It was unbelievable. Unless their elites were really defeated by Lin Xian, and it was a crushing defeat that left an indelible shadow in their hearts. What was going on? The elites of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Hall looked at Long Shan, Huang Tianba, Xikong Jing, and the others. Long Shan and Huang Beishan's faces were extremely ugly, and their lips were trembling. Could it be that they had to admit it in public? They weren't a match for the other party, and they were even torn apart by the other party's single move. Were they almost killed? They could not bring themselves to say such words. However, at that moment, Xikong Jing stepped forward and let out a cold laugh. Kid, I'll fight you. Last time, we were careless and suffered at your hands. This time, I will prove in front of all the elders and experts that you are no match for me. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. Was Xikong Jing going to come out? Long Shan, Huang Batian, and Yulingzi exchanged glances. Where did this guy get his confidence from? However, they soon recalled that this place was no ordinary place. This was because in the Great Sage Pagoda, the bloodline of the Xikong clan was strengthened, while the strength of the others was suppressed. In this way, the gap between the two sides would be very obvious. If no one was from the Xikong family, then it was fine. However, if they were to fight against the people of the Xikong family, they would be at a disadvantage. This was probably the reason why Xikong Jing dared to come out at this time. Lin Xian looked forward and let out a cold laugh. Oh, you want to fight me? You don't have such courage outside. Why? Do you think you can challenge me in your family's Great Sage Pagoda? Do you think you are a match for me just because my strength is suppressed by 30% and you have the bloodline enhancement? Let me tell you, even in the Great Sage Pagoda, you are still not a match for me. Lin Xian's words were quite arrogant. This was equivalent to directly provoking the Xikong family. The people of the Xikong family were furious. Damn it, this kid still dares to be arrogant in front of us. That's right, we may not be able to deal with you outside, but in the Great Sage Pagoda, who dares to go against us? As long as it wasn't a group attack from so many large sects, the Seacombe family had never feared anyone. A mere Lin Wuti was nothing in their eyes. Fight him. Let him know the power of the Seacombe family. An elder of the Seacombe family said. Seacombe Jing's lips curled up into a smile. Elder, don't worry, I have the same intention. He is definitely not a match for me. Alright, I'll take this opportunity to see how capable this Lin Wuti is. Around them, the powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple and Dragon Valley also looked unfriendly. They all looked at the two people in the field. Dragon Valley and the others narrowed their eyes. This might be a chance to use the spacetime mirror to kill the other party. Thinking of this, they all looked forward to it. Damn it, this guy is really too despicable and shameless. He is like a coward outside, but he dares to show off in front of me here. I really want to slap him to death. The dark red divine dragon snorted. Yen Ryu and the North Demon also frowned. Lin Xian laughed. It's okay, let him do it. An ant will always be an ant. No matter where it goes, it will never be able to turn the tables. Does he really think that he can be bullied just because he is a true dragon? I will prove it to him with my strength. Come on, let me see what you have to be arrogant here. Lin Xian looked forward. Humph. Seacombe Jing snorted. He did not say anything, but instead, he took a step forward. His body exploded with light that swept across the entire space. At this moment, he was like a ruler, bringing with him a powerful force. Even the surrounding Great Sage Tower became brighter. Seeing the reaction of the Great Sage Tower, the elders of the Seacombe family all laughed. In their opinion, how could they lose in their territory? Milky Way fall of the ninth heaven. Seacombe Jing roared and the void cracked open. 9 Milky Ways descended, each of them like a silver dragon, bringing with them a powerful aura. There was even a trace of blood-red light on those silver dragons, which was the power of the bloodline. Long Shan and the others frowned. The power of the Milky Way fall of the ninth heaven was much stronger than outside. Yes, coupled with the suppression here, that Lin Wuti might really be in trouble. Yulingzi sneered. Lin Wuti's power was suppressed by 30%, but if Seacombe Jing's bloodline power increased by 30%, then the difference between the two would be 6 levels. No matter how strong that Lin Wuti was, he would not be able to make up for the difference of 6 levels. He would definitely die this time. Oh, his power is stronger than before. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant. However, it was still not enough. Even if the other party's bloodline increased by 3 levels, so what? It was still not enough. He roared, and the power in his body surged. The 9 Yang divine body released billions of rays of light. He waved his arm, and the powerful force turned into countless blue rays of light, forming a huge wave vortex that spun around him. The law of water. Many people frowned. The other party did not use the 10,000 dragons diagram to attack, but the law of water. Wasn't he too careless? Chapter 3390. In the sky, 9 huge cloud dragons rushed over and collided with the black vortex in an instant. There was a loud dragon roar as if it wanted to tear the vortex apart. However, the vortex was extremely terrifying. There was a trace of black aura in the blue light. When the black aura came into contact with the silver dragon shrank rapidly as if it had come into contact with a lightning bolt. It was as if the vortex had swallowed up the Milky Way. In the end, the sea-colored vortex was still spinning, but the 9 silver dragon waterfalls had disappeared, leaving only a trace of aura between heaven and earth. It was not enough. Lin Xian shook his head with a hint of mockery. Damn it, how could it be? The surrounding people were stunned. Xikong Jing's expression also changed. His expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. I can increase my strength by 30% here. I don't believe you can withstand it. Bright moon above the sea. He roared and activated the power of his bloodline. A bright moon appeared in the vortex of the sea. As soon as the bright moon appeared, it brought with it a powerful force that kept crushing Lin Xian, trying to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying moon leaped out of the sea and charged straight at Lin Xian, causing a loud rumble to be heard. The front was shrouded in an endless flow of energy. He hit him. Great! Everyone exclaimed. The people of the Xikong clan even smiled. At such a close distance, he was hit by the bright moon above the sea. Even if he did not die, he would be torn into pieces. Let's see how arrogant he can be this time. Is that all you have? Is this the effect of your 30% increase in strength? How pitifully weak. At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Everyone saw a huge golden hand tearing apart all the energy. Lin Xian's body merely swayed a little from the intense collision before he regained his composure. This scene caused everyone to scream like they had gone crazy. This is impossible. Xikong Jing was flustered and could not believe it. If such a scene had occurred outside, he would have to admit that his strength was indeed inferior to the other parties. But now, they were in the Great Sage Pagoda. He had a 30% bloodline bonus, and his opponent's strength was also suppressed by 30%. There was a difference of 6 levels of strength between the two of them. Could it be that he couldn't defeat the other party? This was absolutely impossible. Had the other party already surpassed him by so much? He didn't dare accept it. The others were stupefied as well. The great sex experts and elders sucked in cold breaths of air. How could it be like this? They had thought of countless possibilities before, but they had never thought of such a possibility. This was simply too unbelievable. No wonder their geniuses, Dragon Mountain and Huang Batian, didn't dare to say anything. Apparently, they really had been defeated by this Lin Wudi. Furthermore, it should be a crushing defeat. Right at this moment, Lin Xian spoke. Is this the power of your augmentation? How pitifully weak. Do you intend to use such a trump card against me? No. Damn it. I don't believe it. Xikong Jing roared like a madman. The wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens. He waved his hands, and suddenly, the wind and clouds in the void changed as if they were going to sweep through the 9 heavens. This force was so terrifying that it could split the sky and the earth. Go to hell. The terrifying wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens and completely shrouded Lin Xian. This was a divine power that was even more terrifying than the previous 2 heaven and earth phenomenons. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and directly used his fist to transform into a Kuanpeng. The Kuanpeng was incomparably majestic. One side was as black as ink, while the other side was as golden as light. It soared into the 9 heavens and directly tore the wind and clouds into pieces. Bang! 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 Under the fierce bombardment, Xikong Jing also took 3 steps back. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. An ant will always be an ant. Even if they were in another place, they still wouldn't be able to shake a giant dragon. I'll show you how big the gap between us is. Lin Xian took a step forward and looked down at the mountains. Endless mountains appeared around him like a bottomless abyss. Lin Xian was like a god on top of the mountain, looking down at the people below. Sikong Jing was shrouded by this mysterious force. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenons, he couldn't help but tremble. With a plop, he finally couldn't help but kneel on the ground. What? Sikong Jing is kneeling. The surrounding people went crazy. They would believe it if Sikong Jing was defeated. But kneeling? How could that be? Sikong Jing was a peerless genius and he had his own pride. Even if he died, he wouldn't kneel. However, it was too strange for him to kneel on the ground. The people of Sikong Jing's family were even more shocked. A few of them roared, "Damn it, Jing, what are you doing? Why are you making him kneel? Stand up." Two of them quickly walked forward, wanting to take Sikong Jing away. However, as soon as they came forward, they were shrouded by this strange heaven and earth phenomenons. In the next moment, they felt the sky and earth spinning. The force made them float up and down. Such a voice kept ringing in his ears. Damn it, this force. They were too shocked. Now they finally knew why Sikong Jing was kneeling on the ground. This kind of floating force was simply irresistible. Bang! Bang! The two of them also unconsciously knelt on the ground and trembled. This scene was like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned the surrounding people. The members of the Sikong clan were even more shocked. Even their other two powerhouses had knelt down. What kind of spell was this? It was too strange. This brat is too strange. I suggest that we work together and take him down. An elder of the Sikong family coldly shouted. The surrounding people also nodded. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to express their opinion. They had long wanted to make a move. They had a strong hatred for Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. As for Lin Xian, he had slapped the Vermilion Bird Palace hard in the face back on planet Suzaku. Now that they had a chance to hit Lin Xian while he was down, they naturally had to do their part. After receiving the support of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the people of the Sikong family calmed down a bit. It looked like they really had to capture this brat. I also want to know what kind of secret this brat has. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley, Eight Wind Palace, and Dark Moon Temple all walked over. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Do you want to fight? Then come. Lin Xian laughed loudly. His aura became even more violent. It was as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. We won't bully you. Each sect will only send one person. If you can survive, then consider yourself lucky. The person from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Hearing this, the dark red dragon was enraged. Bah, you bunch of shameless people. You still say you're not bullying. You've all lived for thousands of years, right? In total, you're almost 7,000 to 8,000 years old. You're almost 10,000 years old. You still have the nerve to attack a young junior. Also, how many of you are there? The 5 of you are working together and you still say you're not bullying. Since you're already so shameless, then admit it. The North Demon also let out a cold snort. His expression was filled with disdain. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such shameless people. Chapter 3391. Lin Xian's words were like a slap to the faces of the 5 strong cultivators. What could they do? They were so shameless. Die, little kid. The 5 of them were furious. Since they had decided to act shamelessly, they didn't need to worry about anything anymore. Bzzz. That expert from the 8 Desolation Hall raised his hand and took out an ancient mirror. That ancient mirror was incomparably simple and bronze in color. It was extremely terrifying. It was a terrifying weapon in the Ba Huang province. The 8 Desolation mirror carried a terrifying desolation aura. As it flowed, the surrounding void shattered continuously. Boom! Lin Xian didn't say anything, he raised his fist and punched. The golden fist was like a sun as it collided with the lights from the Ba Huang province. An earth-shattering sound could be heard. Terrifying energies swept in all directions. At that moment, Lin Xian heard a terrifying voice behind him. Dark clouds covered the city. It was the strong cultivator from the Si Kong clan. A dark cloud appeared above his head and it contained a strange qi. It was also the strength of the earth and sky. Lin Xian smiled coldly. According to the legends, the Si Kong clan practiced the qi of the earth and sky. Surprisingly, the Si Kong clan practiced the qi of the earth and sky. What a disgrace to the Si Kong clan. Today, I'll help the Si Kong clan get rid of you. As he spoke, Lin Xian struck out with his palm, which transformed into a piercingly cold sword aura. With an insufferably arrogant aura, it slashed towards the black cloud. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread in the air as the dark cloud was cut in half. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was also swallowed. What a strong physique, but you should try my strength. A loud shout rang out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Then, a fist that resembled a dragon head flew towards Lin Xian. Without a doubt, a strong cultivator from the Dragon Valley had to have such a strong body. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian clapped his hands together and blasted out another attack. This time, there wasn't any special light. It was the power of his body being used to the extreme. Boom boom boom. A deep voice rang out, like a muffled thunder exploding on the ground. Then, the two figures retreated. Lin Xian swung his arms, and the aura on his body grew even stronger. On the other side, the powerful beings of the Dragon Valley found it hard to believe. His arms were trembling and he couldn't lift them. He was very strong and a peerless genius, but a genius who survived was a true genius. If he died, he would be nothing. At this moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Lin Xian. Like a grim reaper, the dagger in his hand slashed across the back of Lin Xian's neck. The Dark Moon Temple would definitely kill. Lin Xian also felt a chill run down his spine. He had to admit that this expert from the Dark Moon Palace was very good at assassination. However, it was still impossible to kill him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian did not even turn his head around. Incomparable sword aura burst out from his body, densely packed together. In particular, a golden light rushed out from the back of his head. It was piercingly cold and roared like a giant dragon. With a boom, the dagger was sent flying. The Dark Moon Temple expert was also pierced by the sword qi. Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the 4 great sects and families had all made their moves. However, they were unable to do anything to the other party. Instead, some of them were even injured. This scene caused the expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace to be dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to attack when he saw this frightening scene. Now, it's your turn. Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. Using the Kuan-Peng movement technique to its limit, he instantly attacked the Vermilion Bird Palace expert. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert trembled all over, and a sense of fear enveloped his heart. However, he soon gritted his teeth and roared. Divine red blood palm. His palm turned red. It was the blood of the Vermilion Bird. The blood was incomparably terrifying. When he sent out his palm, it turned into a small blood-colored world that directly engulfed Lin Xian. This was also a powerful ability. The divine red blood palm could forcibly refine a person's chi and blood. It could be said to be incomparably vicious. Let's see how you block it, kid. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert sneered. Even a saint would be injured when he sent out his palm. Those below the saint level would definitely be turned into a bloody mist in an instant, unable to escape. Roar! The crimson world filled the air. However, a terrifying dragon's roar could be heard from within. Immediately, the entire blood-colored world shook violently. Many terrifying cracks appeared on it. Finally, it split open with a boom. Lin Xian charged over with a sword light in his hand. With one strike, he shattered the other party's small blood-colored world. Not only that, the other party's palms were also split in half. Ah! The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace screamed and retreated, his face pale. He stared straight ahead. How was this possible? The other party broke his divine red blood palms so easily. In the next moment, when he saw the weapon in the other party's hand, he was stunned. The great spear of destruction. He finally screamed. The five of you are only so-so. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Damn it, all of you, attack and kill him. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert roared madly. Beside him, two more figures stepped forward. Their auras were no weaker than the former's. Not only Vermilion Bird Palace, but the Dragon Valley, Dark Moon Palace, Eight Wind Palace, and Seacombe Clan also stepped forward. This time, there were more than a dozen experts. A group battle. The dark red dragon roared and its body turned into a huge dragon coiled in the void. The North Demon activated the body of 10,000 demons. The sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him. On the other side, Yen Ryu's eyes also burst with a cold light. Kill! Someone roared, and the battle instantly erupted. More than a dozen experts fought with Lin Xian and the other three. The commotion was extremely terrifying. In fact, there were even saints who were secretly making their moves. Obviously, their main goal was to capture Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian had the most treasures on him. The two great inheritances made the saints jealous. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread down from the third floor. Fortunately, this was the Great Sage Pagoda. Everything was the ruins of the Great Sage. Therefore, even if these people attacked with all their strength, they would not damage this place at all. However, the space inside the Great Sage Pagoda was torn apart. On the second floor, and even the people on the first floor, they could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from above. That fluctuation made their scalps almost split open. It was so terrifying. They were now somewhat glad that they did not go up. Otherwise, the energy shock wave would be able to destroy them. Lin Xian was very powerful. With the great spear of destruction in his hand, he swept in all directions. Any divine powers that came close were directly shattered by him. However, at this moment, a cold law directly hit his arm, causing his arm to tremble. The great spear of destruction almost flew out of his hand. Damn it, a saint had attacked, and he had attacked secretly. Lin Xian swept his gaze in all directions and looked at the remaining saints in the distance. Those saints had a cold smile in their eyes. Chapter 3392. The dark red divine dragon and the other two also roared angrily. Obviously, they had also been ambushed by the saints. If it weren't for the great sage's painting that they had previously cultivated and learned these heaven and earth phenomenons, they would have been seriously injured by now. A group attack. Fine, I'll make you pay a painful price today. Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely cold light. He was really angry, so he didn't hold back at all. He used the Kunpeng movement technique and dodged more than a dozen attacks in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xikong Jing with a murderous look in his eyes. You've provoked me time and time again, and you even sent so many experts from your family to kill me. You deserve to die. Lin Xian waved the spear of destruction in his hand. Xikong Jing screamed like a madman, and his face was extremely pale. To be honest, he had already walked out of the heaven and earth phenomenon and regained his composure. At this moment, he saw more than a dozen people attacking him, including a saint. They knew that no matter how powerful Lin Wuti was, he was doomed. This made him calm down a lot, and he even sneered. He still didn't expect Lin Wuti to be so powerful. His movement technique was so strange that he actually dodged all the attacks and arrived in front of him. Damn it, how dare you attack Jing? Someone roared and pounced forward. It was a powerhouse from the Xikong family. However, he was kicked away by Lin Xian, and blood splattered everywhere. Run. That was Xikong Jing's only thought. He didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian at all now. Because Lin Xian's aura was too strong. Therefore, he turned into a stream of light, tore through the void, and was about to escape. However, how could he be faster than Lin Xian? The spear of destruction slid and directly pierced through the void. It blasted Xikong Jing out. Then, it pierced through Xikong Jing's heart. Ah! A miserable cry was heard, and blood flowed, dyeing the spear of destruction red. Damn it, put it in, or I'll tear you into pieces. Kill your entire family. The people from the Xikong family roared and pounced forward one after another. However, Lin Xian sneered and didn't fight them head-on. He used the Kunpeng movement technique and swam among these abhijnas and flew quickly to the other side. In an instant, he arrived in front of Long Shan. Not good, Long Shan was scared out of his wits, he turned and ran. Damn it, he didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian. How dare you? The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley were also stunned. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful after piercing through Xikong Jing. How dare he try to kill a genius of the Dragon Valley? If you dare to touch him, I'll tear you to shreds. His soul. However, this kind of threat was completely useless. Lin Xian attacked again and pierced through Long Shan's heart. Long Shan flew into the air and screamed miserably. Lin Xian dodged the dragon's shadows that filled the sky and turned around again. Not good, quickly protect our prodigies. The remaining experts from the 8 Desolation Palace and the Dark Moon Divine Hall also reacted. They retreated one after another, no longer surrounding Lin Xian. There was nothing they could do about it. They could tell that Lin Xian was specifically targeting their top geniuses. Despicable, shameless. They roared madly. Fight me head-on if you have the ability. Lin Xian laughed loudly. I'm despicable. I'm shameless. How dare you say that? You're thousands of years old, and a dozen of you are attacking me, a young junior. Now, it's my turn to be despicable? Don't you like to suppress others with your strength? I'll let your juniors suffer this kind of fear. With that, Lin Xian charged toward the people from the Dark Moon Palace. These powerhouses moved out one after another. They protected Yulingzi as they retreated while assassinating Lin Xian. Every move was aimed at a vital point. All mountains look small. Lin Xian unleashed the illusion of mountains, and his aura rose infinitely. This kind of phenomenon caused the few people near him to stiffen and kneel in midair. Lin Xian punched out again, and the 10,000 dragons picture sent the remaining people flying. There was no one around Lin Xian anymore. Yulingzi's face was extremely pale. Stop, I didn't attack you. You can't. Before he could finish, he was also pierced through. His heart was split open, and his body was picked up by the great spear of destruction. Now, Lin Xian's body was stained with the blood of his enemies. The great spear of destruction in his hand flickered with a bright red light. There were 3 figures on it. They were 3 peerless prodigies. They screamed miserably, but they didn't die. That was because Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he carried the bodies of the 3 people and charged toward the 4th prodigy. 8 Desolate Palace, Huang Batian. The people of the 8 Desolate Palace blocked frantically, but it was useless. Huang Ba was also pierced through by the spear. Finally, a prodigy of the Vermilion Bird Palace was also pierced through. Lin Xian pierced through 5 people with the great spear of destruction in his hand. He stood in the void like a stick of candied hawthorn. Blood continued to drip, dyeing the surrounding void red. This scene was simply too shocking. Damn brat, let go of our people. You're dead meat. I'll never let you leave alive. The surrounding sects and families all surrounded him with ferocious expressions. Lin Xian stood there like a god-fiend. His gaze swept in all directions. You won't let me go. All right, let's see if I can let your people go. His palms shook, and an extremely cold sword intent was transmitted from the great spear of destruction. In an instant, the 5 of them were all shattered. Even their souls were instantly destroyed. No, damn it. The surrounding powerhouses have all gone crazy. They're dead. Xikong Jing, Huang Batian, Long Shan, and Yulingzi were all top prodigies. They were all people who could become sages and shine on the path of the great emperor in the future. But now, they were all killed together. Their hearts were bleeding. Kill him and tear him into pieces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. These people attacked crazily. Lin Xian directly activated the 10,000 dragons picture and swept in all directions. At the same time, he activated the hidden immortal pagoda and kept attacking. The battle was very tragic. In the end, even the sages could not help but make a move. Lin Xian was directly sent flying. The powerhouses of the Xikong family were also sent flying with him. They directly crashed into the wall of the Great Sage Pagoda in the distance. With a boom, the entire Great Sage Pagoda shook. Kid, are you all right? The dark red divine dragon and the others were worried. The current situation was too chaotic. I'm fine. Lin Xian stood up. Golden blood flowed from his body, but he did not care. However, at this moment, he was surprised. Is the seal broken? He crashed into the wall and actually broke a seal, revealing a bottle of pills. The Great Sage pills. And the quality should be very good. Lin Xian instantly grabbed it. Damn it, let go. Beside him, the eyes of the 2 powerhouses of the Xikong family instantly turned red. Chapter 3393. Damn you, leave the elixir behind. The powerhouses of the Xikong clan roared furiously. His words attracted the attention of the surrounding people, and countless pairs of eyes looked over. What's going on? Did someone get the elixir? They turned around and stared at Lin Wudi and the elders of the Xikong clan. He was the one who broke the seal and got a bottle of the Great Sage's elixir. The 2 elders of the Xikong clan pointed at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth. The Great Sage's elixir. The surrounding people all stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look in that direction. In the next moment, they saw that the seal had indeed been broken. The elixir inside had disappeared. Instantly, these people looked at Lin Xian again. "Kid, hand over the elixir." "Damn you, kid. You dared to kill our sex genius powerhouse. Today, I'll tear you into pieces." They hadn't experienced the pain of their genius being killed just now, but now, their eyes turned red again. It's this kid again. Oh no. The dark red divine dragon and the others' hearts suddenly shrank. The previous incident hadn't ended yet, and now there was a new one. This time, it would probably be hard to let it go. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Oh, you want to snatch the elixir, right?" He took out the elixir bottle and threw it forward. It was the people of the Seacone clan. The people of the Seacone clan thought that the other party was going to throw some hidden weapon, but when they saw that it was a bottle of elixir, they subconsciously caught it. Lin Xian said, "The Great Sage's elixir has already been given to the Seacone clan, so it's considered returning it to its rightful owner, so don't look for me anymore." As he spoke, he retreated backward. The surrounding people's gazes all shifted away from him and landed on the two powerhouses of the Seacone clan. The people of the Seacone clan were stunned. The surrounding powerhouses of the other clans gathered together. They all gathered together. Did they get what they wanted? That brat was indeed more sensible than others. However, even if he handed over the elixir, they wouldn't let him go. "Quick, take a look." "What elixir is that?" The elders of the Seacone clan who rushed over asked. The two of them opened the elixir, and their expressions changed instantly. "Damn it, we've been cheated. It's just an ordinary elixir." Their faces instantly became incomparably dark as they stared straight ahead. "Kid, how dare you swap it? Hurry and hand over the real Great Sage's elixir." Angry roars could be heard. Lin Xian laughed coldly. The Seacone clan was so arrogant. They actually dared to say that he had switched them. Of the elixirs of the elixir bottle. Do you dare to say that it wasn't taken out from the seal? You're spouting nonsense. You must have swapped it out just now. The members of the Seacone family shouted angrily. "Ask Lin of Saif the of clans of the eyes of the surrounding people of. On the other hand, the Seacone clan is now protected by countless powerhouses. It's probably very easy for you to do something secretly. Don't forget that this is your own Great Sage pagoda. You're the master of this place. Now you're wrongly accusing me, a young junior. Are you shameless?" At first, everyone was very suspicious of Lin Xian. However, when they heard those words, they all stared at the Seacone clan again. Yes, Lin Xian was definitely strong in terms of combat. However, when it came to other things, Lin Xian couldn't do it. Of course, the Seacone clan was the most familiar with this place. This was because previously, whether it was breaking the array or crossing the Milky Way, the Seacone clan had done it very easily. They could do it easily with their own blood. Now that they had obtained the Great Sage's elixir, it was very easy for them to secretly exchange it for the elixir. Therefore, everyone else was stunned. The Seacone clan looked unfriendly. You people from the Seacone clan had better cooperate obediently. Since you have a way to open the seal, you have a way to open the other seals as well. Let's quickly cooperate and share the treasures together. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. The powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Eight Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley all spoke coldly. The surrounding sages were also glaring at them. Damn it, you've been deceived. The powerhouses of the Seacone clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were trembling with anger. Why didn't anyone believe them? He pointed at Lin Xian in the distance and said, "It's him." It's this kid who did it. It has nothing to do with us. Oh, is that so? Then do you dare to let these powerhouses search your storage ring? Lin Xian said coldly. As soon as he said that, the faces of the Sikong clan changed again. The surrounding powerhouses' eyes lit up. Brother Sikong, why don't you let us check it out? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really wrongly accuse you. Yes, even if you have a clear conscience, let us check it out. Or rather, we can cooperate to seize the other seals. Damn it, what are you doing? Let's catch that kid together. He's our common enemy. Why are you listening to him? Don't you want revenge? Of course we have to take revenge. Since he dared to kill our prodigies, he'll definitely die. However, he won't be able to escape anytime soon in the Great Sage Pagoda, so we'll let him live for a while longer. The most important thing now was to seize the treasures and open the seals. Many powerhouses' eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. Indeed, their prodigies were already dead. Even if they killed Lin Xian, their prodigies couldn't be resurrected. In that case, their attention would still be on them. They would obtain the treasures and increase their strength. When the time came, they would kill Lin Xian. This way, they would be able to take revenge, and they wouldn't be left behind. After all, it was every man for himself. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Yes, otherwise, it won't look good for anyone. A few powerhouses said. The Sikong family members were so angry that they vomited blood. They pointed at Lin Xian, trembling all over. Damn kid, how dare you trick me? Trick you? Lin Xian sneered. What did they do before? The other party had teamed up with the powerhouses of several large families and sects to besiege him. Now, he was going to let these people have a taste of being besieged. Isn't the Sikong family powerful? Aren't you high and mighty? Didn't you always think that the Great Sage Pagoda is your territory? Alright, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be besieged by the Vermilion Bird Palace and other top sects. The Sikong family members naturally knew that they couldn't become enemies with sects like the Dragon Valley. However, they wouldn't be willing to let the other party search them. Because just now, they had indeed obtained many good things on the first level with their bloodline. Moreover, they had also obtained many benefits before entering the Great Sage Pagoda. How could they let these people search them now? At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. I'm afraid you still don't know that on the first level, even before coming out of the Great Sage Pagoda, the Sikong family had already conquered many secret underwater caves. Chapter 3394. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the Sikong family members changed. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people from the Dragon Valley frowned. It seemed that they had indeed obtained something good. They cooperated obediently and opened all the remaining seals. They were thoroughly enraged. They had been here for so long but had not obtained many treasures. On the other hand, it seemed that the Sikong family had obtained a great harvest. How could they feel at ease in this way? Damn it! How was this possible? The Sikong family members were shocked. Could it be that this kid had seen it before? But they realized that someone had peeked at it before. The dark red divine dragon and the others also flew to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, Kid, what's going on? Lin Xian replied telepathically. He had guessed that the Sikong family knew that the Great Sage Pagoda was here. Moreover, it was said that every time the Great Sage Pagoda opened the void ocean, countless powerhouses would be sent in. Thus, they must be the most familiar with the situation in the void ocean. Therefore, the probability of them obtaining the treasures was also the highest. Su Chen's guess was right. The Sikong family had indeed obtained many treasures before, so they would not let the Great Sage Pagoda investigate now. At this moment, a powerhouse from the Sikong family said, "Damn it, this kid is trying to trick us. He's trying to sow discord between us. He wants to reap the benefits without doing anything." "That's right, I'm indeed trying to sow discord. Besides, I lied before. The Sikong family did not obtain anything. Everyone, please don't make things difficult for the Sikong family." Lin Xian shrugged. As soon as he said that, the surrounding powerhouses' faces darkened. How was this possible? When they saw the changes in the faces of the Spacetime family members, they knew that something was wrong. Thus, these people's expressions turned cold and their auras became stronger. No matter what happened before, they would work together to break the remaining seals and split the treasures. Otherwise, don't blame them for being rude. Damn it, don't go too far. This is our Great Sage Pagoda. So what if it's your Great Sage Pagoda? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley had the most explosive temper and attacked directly. With a boom, the battle erupted. The Sikong family members were furious. Did they think they were afraid of them? They unleashed all types of heaven and earth irregular scenes to contend against the bodies of the dragons. Heaven-shocking collisions rang out, and terrifying power swept out in all directions. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. The Eight-Wind Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the surrounding sages had all made their moves. For a time, the Sikong clan received an extremely severe blow. Although these people's strength had been suppressed by 30%, and they had the bonus of their bloodline, there were simply too many experts around. For a time, they were beaten back repeatedly and vomited blood. "Ah, damn it, let's fight." The members of the Sikong clan roared madly, while Lin Xian and the others retreated into the distance. Looking at this scene, they sneered repeatedly. The Sikong clan would probably vomit blood from anger this time. Serves them right. Who told them to join hands to deal with us earlier? Now, let them have a taste of being beaten up by a crowd. Since the battle had started, it probably wouldn't stop for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't pay attention to it and let these people fight each other. He still had his own goals. He raised his head and looked at the statue of the Great Sage at the top. Next, he would seize the statue of the Great Sage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian retracted his aura. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the top. The dark red divine dragon and the others also quickly followed. Soon, they left the battle area below and came to the top. Here, the statue of the Great Sage seemed to have suppressed everything. There weren't any terrifying energy fluctuations in the surroundings. When the few of them arrived here, their hearts felt heavy. They finally arrived near the statue and looked at it carefully. This statue wasn't very big. It looked like it was carved in the likeness of a real person. Although they didn't know who carved it, the aura made everyone know that it wasn't simple. The statue was in the shape of a man. He was burly, had a square face, and his hair hung down to his shoulders. At a glance, he looked like an unparalleled god of war. Was this the Great Sage of the Sikong clan? Lin Xian and the others were shocked. Looking at the other party's disdainful appearance, he indeed cultivated the righteous chi of heaven and earth. Should I take this thing? Lin Xian stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. Soon, he enveloped the statue of the Great Sage with light. However, he didn't succeed. This was because the statue of the Great Sage was abnormally heavy. No matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian furrowed his brows while the people around him sucked in a breath of cold air. This statue of the great sage was really too mysterious. At this moment, they heard a scream coming from below. It was the people of the Seacone clan. They were covered in blood. Many of them were seriously injured. Some of them even turned into human form from the blood mist. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The battle just now had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, an elder said, "All right, let's stop fighting. I'm prepared to hand over some of the treasures." As he said that, he took off his storage ring and threw out all the things inside. In an instant, many treasures appeared. Pills, weapons, spirit herbs, and crystals appeared in the surroundings. Those people's eyes instantly turned red. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were burning. Damn it, the people of the Seacone clan really had some good stuff. Lin Xian sneered. Idiot. Yen Ryu also sighed. Yes, if they didn't take out the treasures, there would be no evidence. Perhaps the fight would end in the end. However, these people were probably in a killing frenzy now. Indeed, the surrounding powerhouses instantly divided up the treasures. However, they didn't leave. Instead, their eyes were red. They stared at the people of the Seacone clan. An elder actually had so many things in a storage ring. You have so many storage rings here. Hurry up and hand them all over. They were really too greedy. Damn it, don't push your luck. The people of the Seacone clan were also angry. They originally thought that they would take a step back. If they took out a portion of the treasures and gave them away, these people would stop. However, they didn't expect these people to be so greedy. No matter how strong these people were, even if they were sages, they were still humans. Although their strength was beyond heaven and earth, humans were greedy creatures. Now that they had tasted the sweetness, how could they stop? As expected, the people of the Dragon Valley and Eight Wind Hall attacked even more fiercely. Every move was fatal. They wanted to kill the people of the Seacone clan and seize all the treasures of the Seacone clan. As expected, the battle that followed was even more terrifying. The people of the Seacone clan were injured even more severely. They were about to be wiped out. At this moment, the people of the Seacone clan roared madly. Damn it, you've gone too far. Since you want to kill, don't blame me for being merciless. At most, we'll all die together. After saying that, he waved his hand and the blood of countless powerhouses flew out and merged into the surrounding Great Sage Pagoda. Many of them knelt down respectfully and shouted loudly. Please show your spirit and destroy the strong enemy. Chapter 3395. Around them, the walls of the Grand Sacred Tower suddenly lit up after absorbing the blood of the powerhouses from the Seacone clan. They formed a terrifying blood-red pattern. Then, they turned into lightning and charged over. Boom! The blood-red lightning danced in the air and split open. Then, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Eight Wind Palace screamed. They were directly split open, and countless lightning cracks appeared on their bodies. The others, such as those from the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple, felt their scalps go numb. That was because the blood-red lightning around them kept rushing over, as if it had turned into a blood-red sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. The Grand Ancestor had appeared. Our great sage had appeared. The Seacone family members were covered in blood. Their faces were pale, and many of them had already fallen to the ground, twitching. However, when they saw this scene, they were extremely excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. The great sage had finally appeared to save them. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that the great sage wasn't completely dead? The expressions of the surrounding experts all changed. A few of the sages even shouted coldly and split open the terrifying lightning. Then, they charged forward. At the same time, the statue of the great sage above them moved. An extremely terrifying aura surged down. It was a majestic aura that formed a huge seal that descended from the sky. With a boom, 2 sages were directly sent flying. The 2 sages screamed as their bodies were split in half. They hurriedly dragged their bodies and fled into the distance. Their eyes were filled with fear. What was that? There was actually something here that could threaten them. The others also looked up. They saw that there was a statue of the great sage above them. It stood there, suppressing everything. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others were standing near the statue of the great sage. Damn it, how did that kid go there? Could it be that the attack just now was from him? No, that was a majestic aura. Was it from the Sikong family? Which statue did it come from? Could it be that the brat was there for the statue of the great sage? At the thought of this, many people's eyes turned red. If they could obtain the statue of the great sage, they would be able to comprehend the secrets within. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain the inheritance of the great sage. All of a sudden, many people rushed over. But at this moment, the great sage statue was imposing as well. The righteous chi kept gushing out in all directions, hitting the people who wanted to get close, causing them to scream miserably. Lin Xian and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. The great sage statue was already so terrifying just by releasing some of its aura. If he really went all out, the power would be unimaginable. Even a statue was so powerful. How terrifying would the real great sage be? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they also felt a sense of relief. This was because they were currently floating beside the statue of the great sage. It could be said that they were standing side by side with the statue and not beneath the feet of the great sage. Therefore, he was not attacked by the righteous spirit. However, their hearts were still beating wildly. Who knew if the great sage statue would suddenly attack them? The dark red dragon frowned. Kid, hurry up and think of a way to get that thing away. Otherwise, more and more people would be targeting it. By then, it would be troublesome to make a move. Lin Xian said. Of course, I know. But this thing is too strange. I can't even lift it. His face was pale. With the power of his divine body, what could he not lift? But the great sage statue did not move at all. Boz! The sages below rushed over again, trying to get close to the great sage statue. Because to them, the great sage statue must be hiding the inheritance of the great sage. Therefore, their eyes were red. Their bodies were covered in blood, and some of them were even about to activate their blood vessels. Seeing this, Lin Xian was also extremely anxious. But at this moment, the great dragon sword spirit suddenly flew out and pierced towards the great sage statue. This scene was truly too sudden. It was so sudden that even Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red dragon, Yan Ryu, and the others screamed. What's going on? Did Lin Xian make a move? They turned around and saw Lin Xian's shocked face. In the blink of an eye, the great dragon sword soul collided with the great sage statue and released a shocking amount of energy. A terrifying sword ripple swept out in all directions as the righteous chi of the heavens and earth surged wildly. A crack appeared on the great sage statue and spread in all directions. Lin Xian gasped. The great sage statue is broken. What's going on? At the side, the dark red dragon screamed. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Lin Xian said. I didn't make a move. The great dragon sword spirit took the initiative to attack. What? When he said that, Yen Ryu and the others were stunned. The dark red dragon was even more stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. That's true. Lin Xian was at a loss. But soon, his eyelids twitched and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He stared at the great sage statue. No, there's something inside the great sage statue. Look! Lin Xian exclaimed. The hearts of the dark red divine dragon and the other two pounded wildly as well. They pushed their powers to the limit to defend themselves against that terrifying and overwhelming aura. In the next moment, they saw the statue of the great sage crack open, and another figure appeared from within. It was also a man with a dignified face. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and he had a terrifying aura. He looked exactly like the statue. What's going on? Why is there another person inside the statue? Is it another statue? Or is it the corpse of the great sage? At the thought of this, their hearts beat wildly. In the next moment, their expressions changed. Because they found that the eyes of the figure inside the statue of the great god were shining. One was as black as ink, and the other was as red as blood. What kind of eyes are those? The color of the eyes is really strange. Among them, the crimson and hemolytic eyeballs moved. Everyone was scared out of their wits, and they frantically retreated. It moved. The eyes of the statue that seems to be the corpse of the great sage actually moved. Could it be that he's not dead? He's alive. At the thought of this, their scalps were about to split open. A living great sage. Oh heavens, something shocking is about to happen. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian roared and retreated quickly. However, it was already too late. That blood-red eyeball turned, and immediately, a frightening aura was emitted from its body. It swept in all directions. The entire great sage tower shook violently. This scene stunned the powerhouses of the Fane of Darkness and the Dragon Valley below. Only the people of the Sikong family were stunned at first, then they were ecstatic. Patriarch, it's the Patriarch. The Patriarch's remnant soul is still here. Welcome, Patriarch. Chapter 3396. Damn it, what's going on? How did this happen? Many experts were stupefied. Many of them looked up, their bodies trembling. The great sage statue had come back to life. As soon as that was said, many people gasped. Some of them shook their heads. Impossible, how can a statue come back to life? However, they saw that some of the saints were retreating in fear. Indeed, a few sages originally wanted to snatch the great sage statue because they thought that the great sage statue contained the legacy of the great sage. But now, they were pushed out by an extremely terrifying force. They even saw the eyes of the great sage statue move. This made their hair stand on end. Buzz! The great sage tower shook even more violently. The red light in the eyes of the great sage statue suddenly shone brightly, enveloping the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, everyone inside was enveloped. Oh no, I'm going crazy to resist. Boom! They were knocked into the void and disappeared. Yen Ryu and the others also exclaimed and disappeared. The dragon sword's soul in front of Lin Xian roared and cut off the red light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned, and his face was incomparably gloomy because he found that except for him, everyone in the great sage tower had disappeared. Were they all killed? His heart suddenly jumped, but soon, he shook his head. Impossible, Yen Ryu's trump card is not inferior to my dragon sword soul. So they shouldn't have been killed. If they suddenly disappeared, it's very likely that they were teleported away. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. Not only the people on the third floor, the second floor, and even the first floor were all enveloped by a red light and then disappeared. Outside, those who had not entered in time also saw the great sage tower shake violently. What's going on? What happened inside? They were extremely shocked. Could it be that there's a shocking battle inside? Even the great sage tower was trembling. Before they had time to think, the great sage pagoda shook violently, causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to crumble. In the next moment, all the foreign experts were teleported out of the void sea. Outside the void ocean, countless experts were waiting there. They were all people from the various large clans who were prepared to welcome them. At this moment, the faces of these people from the sects were relaxed. Many people sat on spirit boats or demon beasts, sipping tea and discussing the Tao. I wonder how these little fellows are doing inside. A white-haired old man said with flickering eyes. His head was extremely long, directly hanging down to his feet. It was incomparably snow-white, carrying a wave of strange aura. This was a grand elder of the Sikong family. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hopefully, this time, they would be able to find the whereabouts of the great sage. Don't worry, elder, we're well prepared this time. Many experts are going in. And this time, even Sikong Jing, who had a pure bloodline, had gone in. There would definitely be no problem. The other members of the Sikong family also said with a smile. Hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded. He picked up the spirit tea beside him and slowly tasted it. On the other side, the experts of the large clans of the Dragon Valley were also chatting and laughing. They were very confident in their lineup and the strength of their experts. They believed that there would be no accidents. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a violent trembling sound was heard. The void ocean in front of them suddenly churned, crashing in all directions. A terrifying force spread across the universe. What's going on? What's happening? The experts of the large clans all stopped talking and stood up one by one. The people of the Sikong family frowned. Could the changes in the void ocean have something to do with the great sage that they were looking for? Before they could figure it out, countless cracks appeared in the void ocean. Then, figures flew out of the cracks. They're out. Many people were stunned when they saw those figures. They realized that they were all people of the Sikong family. These people had already come out. But it shouldn't be. They came out earlier than they had expected. Sure enough, these people were all adventurers from the void ocean. After flying out, they were dizzy and had sunken eyes. Then, they regained their strength. They looked around vigilantly. However, when they saw the elders of their respective clans, they were all stunned. Damn it, what's going on? Why did I come out? They were all confused. The elders were even more confused. They hurriedly asked, what's happening? Why did you come out early? The experts of the Dragon Valley, the 8-Wind Palace, and the Dark Red Palace all came forward to look for their people. Many people returned to their own camps. Among them, some people screamed. What's going on? Where's Yulingzi? The people of the Dark Moon Palace were the first to scream. This was because they realized that their most outstanding genius, Yulingzi, who had entered this time, had disappeared. When the others heard this, they gasped. Yulingzi was a renowned peerless genius. Could it be that something had happened to him? Did a sage do it? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, another scream was heard. "Damn it, where's Long Shan?" The others were stunned again. Long Shan was one of the peerless geniuses of the Dragon Valley. He was not inferior to Yulingzi. Moreover, his physique was so strong that no one could compare to him. Had he disappeared too? Many people gloated. They did not expect that two peerless geniuses would die in the void ocean. However, soon, they were stunned again. It was not just two. In the end, they were all trembling. Then, the people of the Eight-Wind Palace and the Sikong family screamed one after another. Sikong Jing, Huang Batian, and the others had also disappeared. Impossible, right? The surrounding elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. It would be normal if one or two peerless geniuses had died. After all, accidents happened all the time. But now, all the geniuses of the major clans and sects had disappeared. That was not normal. Who killed them? Damn it, who killed them? The people of the major clans and sects stared at the sages around them. In their opinion, only a sage would be able to kill so many geniuses at the same time. However, the elites of the major clans and sects were kneeling on the ground and crying crazily. The elders were not sages. It was Lin Wudi. He killed Yulingzi. What? Lin Wudi. On the other side, the people of the Dragon Valley were gnashing their teeth in anger. It was Lin Wudi who killed Long Shan. The surrounding people were stunned. It was Lin Wudi again. This Lin Wudi was too powerful, right? He had killed two peerless geniuses. Huang Batian was also killed by Lin Wudi. The elites of the Eight-Wind Palace looked extremely cold. The others were even more dumbfounded. The elites of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, it was Lin Wudi who killed several of our geniuses." Everyone was numb. It was all Lin Wudi's doing. Chapter 3397. They didn't think it was possible. They knew that the Sikong clan was not ordinary and had an inexplicable connection with the Void Ocean. The cultivators of the Void family who had entered in the past had their bloodline increased and were much stronger than those outside. Therefore, all of them looked at the Sikong clan. The Grand Elder of the Sikong clan stood up with a solemn expression. The surrounding cultivators were also very anxious. However, the people who came out were covered in blood and their faces were extremely pale. They gritted their teeth and said, "Lin Wudi, it was Lin Wudi who killed Jing." What? Is it really Lin Wudi again? The people around the Void Ocean were in an uproar. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Wudi was very powerful and no one among the half-saints could compare to him. It was even rumored that Yan Nantian, the successor of the great emperor, was no match for him. It could be said that his name resounded throughout the ancient path of the starry sky. However, no matter how powerful he was still just a young half-saint. This time, so many top geniuses from the great sects had brought along many other cultivators. There were saints among them. Could it be that even they couldn't stop Lin Wudi? What happened? Did Lin Wudi fight those people alone? They didn't know. Ah! The Grand Elder of the Sikong clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly in the wind and his eyes were terrifying. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. At this moment, he was like a god of death floating in the void, causing the people around him to tremble non-stop. The people of the Sikong clan even knelt on the ground. The Grand Elder floated in the void and his piercing voice resounded in all directions. "Where is Lin Wudi? Get over here." His voice was like thousands of sword chi, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Everyone's hearts trembled and they couldn't help but look in one direction. That direction was where the people of the Langia Star were. They knew that Lin Wudy had come with the people of the Langia Star. At this moment, he should have returned there. Countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw the cultivators of the Langia Star standing there. However, they did not see Lin Wudy. He only saw the dragon with Lin Wudy, as well as Yen Ryu and the Northern Demon. However, Lin Wudy had all disappeared. Where's Lin Wudy? Did he perish together with those geniuses? This was what everyone was thinking. They felt that if this was the case, it was still acceptable. We don't know. When we were teleported out, that kid wasn't dead yet. Maybe he's still in the Great Sage Tower. The powerhouse from the Seacone clan said in a deep voice. What? When the others heard this, they were all stunned and looked at the Seacone clan one after another. The Grand Elder was also stunned. He floated down excitedly, and the killing intent on his body was still very strong. He asked coldly. The Great Sage Pagoda. Could it be the Great Sage Pagoda of our Seacone clan? That's right, after going through untold hardships, we finally found our Great Sage Pagoda. We went in, and it was full of treasures. The members of the Seacone clan quickly recounted what had happened previously. When they heard that there was really the Great Sage Pagoda inside, they were all stunned. This was because previously, the Great Sage of the Seacone clan had entered the Void Ocean. It was only a rumor. How many tens of thousands of years had that happened? Even if someone had seen it before, after so many years, those who had seen it with their own eyes had long died and turned into dust. What these people had heard now was only a legend. They did not think that the Seacone clan had the Great Sage. However, now that the Great Sage Pagoda had appeared, it meant that the Great Sage had really appeared in the Seacone clan. Moreover, they had really entered the Void Ocean. What's going on? What's with these injuries on your bodies? Could it be that you encountered sea demons? Or did Lin Wudy injure you? The Grand Elder looked at the members of the Seacone clan and frowned. The others were also very puzzled. Yes, they had only just noticed that the members of the Seacone clan had suffered the most serious injuries out of all the people who had come out. How could this be? Hadn't they entered the Great Sage Pagoda? Didn't their own family's Great Sage Pagoda have any protective measures? It wasn't Lin Wudy, but them. One of the powerhouses stood up with an extremely cold expression. He pointed at the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dragon Valley, and Dark Moon Palace. These people wanted our treasures, so they joined forces to attack us. We narrowly escaped death and were almost killed. If we had not used the power of our bloodline to activate the Great Sage Pagoda, we would have all perished by now. What? The surrounding people were stunned. The other powerhouses' mouths were also twitching. How could such a thing happen? It was really too shocking. The 8 Desolate Hall and the other sects who had attacked frowned. Among them, the powerhouses who had originally been there to receive them also felt their eyelids twitch wildly. What was going on? Why had they suddenly joined forces to attack the members of the Seacone clan? Furthermore, they were in the Great Sage Pagoda. What the hell was going on? Those people had awkward looks on their faces. Among them, the powerhouse from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. I think this is a misunderstanding. Previously, we were all deceived by Lin Wudy. It was Lin Wudy who instigated the conflict between us. That's why the two of us fought. What? Lin Wudy again. The others were stunned. This young man was too terrifying. First, he killed so many geniuses from the large sections. Then, he instigated internal strife between the large sections. What about the other side? Had the other side already taken advantage of the situation? Humph. Hearing the other party's words, the members of the Seacone clan snorted coldly. Damn it, even if Lin Wuti was the one who instigated the conflict, in the end, it was because these people were greedy that they attacked. The Grand Elder looked at the large sects of the Vermilion Bird Palace and temporarily suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After all, it wasn't good to fall out with them now. That was because there were too many sects that had attacked, and none of them were weaker than the Seacone clan. It was very unwise to become enemies with all of them at the same time. Therefore, he snorted coldly in his heart. This matter would be settled later. The most important thing now was the Great Sage Pagoda. How was it? Seeing that the people from the Seacone clan didn't get angry, the surrounding people were also speechless. It seemed that the older, the wiser. They weren't willing to suffer losses. As for the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had attacked first, when the time came, they could directly return to the sect and cultivate in seclusion for a few hundred years. The Seacone clan wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Everyone pricked up their ears because they also wanted to know how the Great Sage Pagoda was doing. According to these people, there were all kinds of treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda. Any one of them could move a saint. However, the news that followed made them stunned. Because the people from the Seacone clan directly said that they didn't know. They used the power of their bloodline to activate the Great Sage Pagoda. And the statue of the Great Sage seemed to have awakened. However, it shot out a red light and teleported everyone out. Chapter 3398. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder of the Seacone family also had an ugly look on his face. Could it be that all their efforts were in vain? Some of the sages also sighed inwardly. It was such a pity. If they could obtain the statue of the Great Sage, they might be able to obtain his inheritance. However, now that they were out, it would be difficult for them to enter the void ocean again. They would probably have to wait until the next opening. Sounds of regret could be heard one after another. Many people shook their heads. The people of the Seacone family were also in despair. However, at that moment, a voice sounded. That might not be the case. There was still one person who hadn't come out. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They all began to look around. Who exactly was the one who spoke? Who was it? Why was he acting so sneakily? The experts of the Seacone family also roared in anger. At that moment, a figure appeared. The phantom of the 4 divine beasts and the 9 emperor runes made him look like a celestial emperor. It was Yen Nantian. Everyone screamed. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. When they didn't find Yen Nantian earlier, they thought that he had also died. Now that they saw him again, they were shocked. They knew that Yen Nantian must have been secretly hiding his aura. Young Master Yen, what do you mean? The Grand Elder of the Seacone family asked in a low voice. Yen Nantian smiled. I also entered the Great Sage Pagoda and brought it with me for a long time, so I was sent out later. Before I was sent out, there was another person inside. It seemed that he wasn't affected. He was probably still inside. What? Someone brought the Great Sage Pagoda. Who is it? Is it someone from the Seacone family? Many people were nervous. The Grand Elder was also excited. However, Yen Nantian shook his head. It's Lin Wuti. He's still inside. Lin Wuti. It's him again. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Lin Wudy had died together with Yulingzi and the others since he hadn't appeared. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Lin Wudy was still inside. Those people's eyes instantly turned red. The Great Sage Pagoda was a treasure trove left behind by the Great Sage, and there was only Lin Wudy inside. Then, wouldn't he have to obtain all of the Great Sage's treasures? These people were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. In an instant, many experts turned to look at the Langya star. Saint Mubai of the Langya star had already heard about the incident from the dark red divine dragon. To be honest, he was a little worried. At the same time, he was secretly happy and worried. He was worried about Lin Xian's safety. After all, those red eyes and the moving corpse of the great sage sent chills down his spine. However, there was also a hint of joy because Lin Xian had finally found the statue of the great god. At this moment, when he heard that Lin Xian had done so many things, the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy was really not easy to deal with. However, since the Langya star had already placed a lot of bets on Lin Xian, they naturally had to stand on Lin Xian's side. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw the gazes of so many experts, Saint Mubai snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying aura. On the spirit ship behind him, several figures appeared. Each of them had a very powerful aura. These days, many experts had already lined up on the Langya star because once Lin Xian took out the statue of the great sage, it would be very eye-catching. That would be very eye-catching, so he naturally had to take protective measures. The people of the Sikong family also looked at the Langya star. However, now that Lin Xian had not come out, they couldn't directly attack the Langya star. Humph. They retracted their gazes and looked at Yan Nantian. Was he serious? Of course. And I saw with my own eyes that Lin Wudy used his sword to break the statue of the great sage. I wonder what he was doing. Perhaps it was because he broke the statue of the great sage that everyone behind was teleported out. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed again. The statue of the great sage was broken by the other party. What a prodigal son. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. The supreme elder of the Sikong family was also so angry that he vomited blood. Saint Mubai's eyes flickered. He had already heard about this from the dark red divine dragon. Of course, he knew that there was a corpse inside the statue of the great sage. It was very likely to be the corpse of the great sage. If he could obtain the corpse of the great sage, then the effect of suppressing the demonic aura would be even more terrifying than the statue of the great sage. Oh right, I guess that he broke the statue of the great sage because he thought that there was the inheritance of the great sage inside. Yan Nantian said lightly. What? Everyone was going crazy. The inheritance of the great sage. That was more precious than any other treasure. Other than Yan Nantian who didn't need it, everyone else needed it. This Lin Wudy was too despicable. Damn it, they couldn't leave. They had to wait for that kid to come out. They had to catch him. They couldn't let him keep the treasure for himself. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to speak. Then, the people of the Dragon Valley and the Eight Wind Palace followed suit. The people of the Sikong family shouted coldly. They naturally wouldn't leave because that was their inheritance. Everything in the Great Sage Pagoda must belong to them. Lin Xian or whatever he was, he had to capture him and tear him to shreds. Everyone was aggressive as they searched in all directions. Some people even set up formations to cover the space within a radius of tens of millions of miles. In front of them, the void sea was incomparably deep. However, they couldn't enter and could only wait. They were waiting for the other party to come out. The atmosphere became heavy, but the murderous intent in everyone's eyes didn't weaken at all. In the Void Sea, in the Great Sage Pagoda. Everyone had been teleported away except for Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was enveloped by the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He released a terrifying aura that cut off the red light. That was why he hadn't been teleported away. He didn't get too close. At this moment, he had already left the vicinity of the Great Sage statue. Instead, he was in the Great Sage Pagoda, looking in all directions. There were many seals around him that sealed many treasures. However, he had tried to break these seals, but it was very difficult. Previously, he had broken them because of the Sikong family bloodline. However, at this moment, there was no blood of the Sikong family on the ground. This was because the powerhouses of the Sikong family had used their blood to activate the Great Sage Pagoda. Therefore, he was thinking that he wouldn't be able to find the blood. He had no choice but to look in all directions. Suddenly, his expression froze as he stared in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Great Sage statue. The statue of the Great Sage had been shattered into pieces, and was now strewn all over the ground. Inside the statue of the Great Sage, in addition to the other items that belonged to the Great Sage's corpse, there was also a stone, which the man held in his hand. That thing was only the size of an apple. It was very chaotic and incomparably dark. However, there wasn't much light and it looked like an ordinary stone. However, after Lin Xian saw it, his entire body trembled. It was actually an elemental magnetic stone. The other party was actually holding an elemental magnetic stone in his hand. What was going on? He was really stunned. Chapter 3399. Previously, the Lengya star had given him news that the Void Ocean did not have the whereabouts of the magnetite. Perhaps he would need to go out and look for it again. But now, he had actually found the whereabouts of the magnetite. It seemed that the Great Sage Pagoda was a self-contained space that was not inferior to the Void Ocean. That was why the Lengya star did not calculate it. But now, he could not care so much. The magnetite was right in front of him, and he still had the 5 great Tao stones in his hand. He had an idea in his mind. He could comprehend the Tao here. Although this was also a small space, the laws of heaven and earth followed the great Tao of heaven and earth outside. Therefore, there was no difference between comprehending the Tao here and outside. Moreover, he was the only one in the Great Sage Pagoda. He was safer here. At least he would not be attacked by others. After thinking about it, he was stunned in the end. Would he really not be attacked? The Great Sage's corpse was very strange. Those eyeballs could move. Did this mean that the other party was alive or dead? He did not know. However, he should seize the magnetite first. Su Chen took a deep breath, stomped his foot, turned into a sword light and rushed over. In an instant, he arrived near the Great Sage statue. He reached out his hand, wanting to seize the magnetite in the Great Sage statue. Buzz! The golden hand grabbed the magnetite. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy, but at this moment, he was shocked. Not good. He saw that the red eyes suddenly turned and stared at him. In the next moment, he felt a pain in his soul. A terrifying red light surged into his mind. Not good. Possession. Lin Xian was shocked and froze on the spot. He frantically mobilized his soul and the Great Dragon Sword Soul to start a counterattack. He was not dead. The Great Sage was not dead. Did his soul still exist? Moreover, did the other party want to seize his body? Lin Xian was too shocked. The Great Dragon Sword Soul roared. Lin Xian did not hold back at this moment. The biting cold sword light cut through the air and directly repelled the red light. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body shook and he retreated. He looked bewildered. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Almost. At that moment just now, if he had been a step later, he would have been possessed. Who are you? Was it a human or a ghost? Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, to his surprise, the red light actually disappeared. The statue of the great sage no longer moved, as if it had completely died. Could that scene just now be a dream? Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, he grabbed the magnetic stone with his large golden hand and quickly descended downwards. After some thought, Lin Xian felt that the statue of the great sage was too evil. Therefore, he left the great sage pagoda and went outside. He decided to transcend the tribulation near the great sage tower. In any case, during the lightning tribulation, the sea demons in the water wouldn't dare to approach. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, 5 Tao stones appeared and floated beside him. In his hand, he held the Yuan magnet. Finally, he could begin. Now, as a half-sage, he could kill a first heaven sage. He wondered how powerful he would be after he broke through and became a sage. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement, but he still suppressed the excitement in his heart. First, he used 3 days to adjust his body to its peak state. Then, he began to prepare for the breakthrough. What he was going to break through was not simply a single nomological law, but the fusion of the 5 elemental laws into one. Therefore, the difficulty of breaking through was much higher than that of an ordinary sage. Lin Xian began to use the 5 elemental nomological law fragments, floating in the middle. Then, with the Yuan magnet as the foundation, he began to fuse them. Gradually, a trace of thunder appeared above his head. Terrifying lightning surged and was about to fall. However, it didn't fall. Instead, the area of the dark clouds grew larger and larger, directly covering the entire sky. Roar! This scene directly caused the sea demons in the void sea to roar uneasily. Many of them crawled on the ground, but more fled. The surrounding sea became a deserted area, and there was only one person. Of course, there was also the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda stood there, motionless. Even in the face of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, it was not affected in the slightest. However, the eyes of the Great Sage statue in the Great Sage Pagoda emitted a red light again. Its originally stiff face unexpectedly revealed a strange smile. Outside, the 5 elemental nomological law fragments began to fuse under the combined effect of the Yuan magnet. At this moment, his body trembled because a red light rushed out from the Great Sage Pagoda and pierced between his eyebrows. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. Damn it, it's the other party again. Sure enough, there was an immortal existence here. Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul rushed into his mind, blooming with an incomparable light that suppressed everything. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation above Lin Xian's head also fell. With a boom, the first heavenly tribulation fell. It was like a bugle horn of war. Endless thunder fell crazily one after another. This time, the thunder was too terrifying. Although it was a black cloud, the thunder that came out was actually the 5-colored divine thunder. With one strike, it penetrated Lin Xian's body. Golden blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding sea red. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body was engulfed by the thunder. At this moment, the red light in his mind was also attacked by the great dragon sword soul and kept retreating. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed. The 5-colored divine thunder, you broke through the sage tribulation, and it's the sage tribulation of the 5 elements. He finally let out a sharp cry. I don't know what you are. I don't know if you're the remnant soul of the great sage. Since you want to seize my soul, then you can die now. Lin Xian roared and ignored the red light because he knew that it was most afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Now, he wanted to resist the heavenly tribulation with all his strength. As expected, the red light did not attack. Instead, it fled crazily. It wanted to escape. Lin Xian took a step forward and chased after it. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall, hitting the red light and making it scream crazily. However, the red light was still too strange. It broke away from the five-colored divine thunder and went into the great sage pagoda. Lin Xian did not continue to pursue it. Instead, he resisted it. The terrifying heavenly tribulation was really too terrifying. With his strength, he almost couldn't resist it. In an instant, his body was broken into pieces. However, with a roar, his body was reassembled. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have pulled the great dragon sword's soul out and let him go through the heavenly tribulation together. The great dragon sword spirit roared and soared into the sky amidst the five-colored divine lightning. Just like that, the two of them silently endured the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 3400. 2 months. 3 months. Outside, the experts around the void ocean were also waiting patiently. However, they were getting impatient. 3 months had passed and the other party still hadn't come out. What was going on? The void ocean was already closed. Could the other party still come out? He wouldn't be trapped inside, would he? Someone was puzzled. The others were also worried. Even the dark red divine dragon and the others were worried. Was Lin Xian really okay? They knew that the eyes of the great sage tower could move. There might be some terrifying existence inside. If that existence attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? All of this was unknown. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The people outside were getting impatient, but they didn't leave because the Great Sage Tower and the inheritance of the Great Sage were too tempting. Even if they had to wait for 10 years, they would still wait, let alone half a year. In the void ocean, the red lightning tribulation was still going on, and it was getting more and more violent. However, the figure inside was getting stronger and stronger. It was Lin Xian. After half a year of accumulation, Lin Xian's physique was much stronger than before. He emitted an extremely strong aura. The fragments of the 5 elements laws around him were also condensing quickly, and its power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian was bathed in the lightning tribulation. He raised his head and looked at the great sage tower in front of him. After half a year, he had already adapted to the 5 elements lightning tribulation. Next, he would start to fight back. After all, he knew that there was a remnant soul in the great sage statue. As for whether it was the great sage's remnant soul, he didn't know. However, if he wanted to get the great sage statue and bring it out, he had to fight with the remnant soul. He might as well take advantage of the fact that the 5-colored lightning tribulation was still there and kill it directly. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged towards the great sage tower. As he moved, the 5-colored lightning tribulation quickly followed him and charged towards the tower. In an instant, it blasted on the great sage tower. The great sage tower shook violently. However, it was not damaged. After all, it was a sacred item of the great sage. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. After Lin Xian entered the great sage pagoda, he directly rushed towards the 3rd floor. Along the way, he brought along 5 colored lightning to shatter the void inside the Great Sage Pagoda. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd level. Then, without slowing down, he rushed to the top. Originally, the Great Sage Pagoda was incomparably quiet. But as Lin Xian entered, the Great Sage statue above suddenly exploded with a scarlet light. Then, a sharp roar was heard. "You're courting death." That voice was filled with resentment and fear. He had not expected that the other party would actually come and kill him. Furthermore, he had brought along the lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, he ran off. However, Lin Xian simply laughed heartily as he approached the statue of the Great Sage. It enveloped the statue of the Great Sage. "You escaped. That's even better. I wanted the statue of the Great Sage in the first place. You're just a lonely soul. Without the corpse of the Great Sage, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Relying on the corpse of the Great Sage? Humph, you reckless brat. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have the lightning tribulation? You're too naive. I'm not an existence that you can imagine." As he said that, the red light screamed, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. In the sea of lightning, Lin Xian's body swayed and he almost fell. His face was incomparably pale. There was nothing he could do. The soul attack was too strong, so strong that it was beyond his expectations. Damn it, what kind of existence is this? Could it really be the remnant soul of the Great Sage? Thinking of this, he gasped. The remnant soul of the Great Sage was so terrifying. Fortunately, he was transcending the tribulation now, so he could withstand it. Looking at the state of the lightning tribulation, it wouldn't disappear for a while. It would probably take at least half a year. Lin Xian calmed down. With the lightning tribulation, he wasn't afraid of the other party, so he rushed over. In the following days, Lin Xian chased after the red light figure. The red light figure roared again and again. In the end, it felt that it couldn't escape, so it directly entered the corpse of the Great Sage again. An incomparable light burst out, and it fought with Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he used the power of the lightning tribulation to fight it. Not only that, the Great Dragon Sword Spirit also made a move. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit had been bathing in the lightning tribulation. At this moment, its power was stronger than before. Countless sword chi slashed out, and the red light figure kept retreating. The red light screamed crazily. It didn't expect that the other party had the Great Dragon Sword. Just like that, another half a year passed. Gradually, the red light disappeared. They couldn't find anything. The statue of the Great Sage was still standing there. Although it was hit by the lightning tribulation, it wasn't damaged at all. It should be destroyed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That kind of evil thing couldn't survive after being hit by the lightning tribulation for half a year, no matter how strong it was. After all, it wasn't the real Great Sage. It was a resentful spirit formed many years after the death of the Great Sage. Just like that, Lin Xian relaxed and began the final tribulation. However, when he combined the 5 elements, he was attacked by the red light again. Lin Xian was injured. His body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it! Lin Xian was angry. The other party was still alive. He directly sent the Great Dragon Sword Spirit into the statue of the Great Sage and kept attacking. Terrifying sword chi filled every inch of space. The red light finally couldn't take it anymore. He directly used the righteous chi of heaven and earth to eject the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. Lin Xian was sent flying as well. This guy was too evil. He didn't continue to attack because he was almost at the final juncture. Therefore, he directly rushed out of the great sage tower and began the final tribulation. 5 elements as one. The fragments of the 5 laws of nature converged together to form a 5-colored divine chain that revolved around his body, making him appear extraordinarily mighty. The final lightning tribulation was even more terrifying. It actually formed a human figure. The human figure of the lightning tribulation was fighting with Lin Xian. This battle lasted for 3 months. Lin Xian destroyed the human figure. The law fragments in his body had completely turned into true laws. The 5 elemental laws turned into 5-colored light. At this moment, the 5 elemental laws were finally condensed successfully. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became a true saint. Ah! With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. Once Lin Xian's 5 elemental laws were released, the unparalleled power was really too strong. An ordinary first firmament sage was not enough to look at in front of him. Lin Xian also had the confidence to fight against a second firmament sage. If this spread, it would be too unbelievable. After all, at the sage realm, the change in strength with each firmament was very great. Previously, all the people Lin Xian encountered were only first firmament sages, but they were already so terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying a second firmament sage's birthday was. But now, even if Lin Xian faced a second firmament sage, he didn't have the slightest fear. Chapter 3401. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was getting stronger and stronger. There were clear scales around it, and those scales were actually the spirits of laws. It seemed that the great dragon sword soul had also broken through. Buzz! Lin Xian fused with the great dragon sword soul, and his strength rose again. At this moment, even the saint-level sea monsters roared anxiously. The great sage tower shook non-stop. Lin Xian directly rushed into the great sage tower. The red light let out a sharp cry again. You've broken through. He directly mobilized the righteous energy of heaven and earth and attacked quickly. Lin Xian fought with it and charged forward. The great dragon sword soul transformed into the 10,000 dragons picture and sealed the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue counterattacked crazily, but in the end, Lin Xian had already become a sage. Once the 5 elemental laws were used, its power was boundless. In addition to the great dragon sword soul, the red light kept shaking and would disappear at any time. Stop, you can't kill me. Finally, an old voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly and was unmoved. He continued to seal and attack. Finally, the red light couldn't take it anymore. He seemed to have mobilized the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue moved and launched a shocking attack. It collided with the red light and screamed, "Stop, we can talk." Talk? Talk about what? Lin Xian sneered. When you tried to take over my body again and again, did you think about talking to me? I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the great dragon sword soul and have comprehended the 5 elemental laws. I underestimated your strength. I admit that I can't do anything to you now. However, if you push me too far, even if I can't kill you, I can make you stay here forever. Back then, I could even kill the city's supreme sage, let alone you, who had just become a first heaven sage. You're just a kid. Although my strength has long been lost, I still have many tricks up my sleeve. You must not die together with me. The meaning of this threat was very clear. Lin Xian was originally disdainful, but when he heard one of the sentences, he stopped. What did he mean? Aren't you the remnant soul of Seikong the Great Sage? He was simply too shocked. Originally, he thought that it was the great sage of the Seikong clan who hadn't died completely and had left behind a wisp of his soul. But now, judging from the other party's tone, it seemed that the other party was the one who had killed Seikong Great Sage. The other party had actually killed a great sage. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down his spine. Who was this person? At the very least, he had to be a great sage of the same level. Humph, kid, I'm not Seikong the Great Sage, and I'm not a member of your human race. I am Black Mountain, known as the Great Sage of Black Mountain. You're right. I was the one who killed Seikong Great Sage. It was actually real. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually such an ancient mystery. That despicable old man Seikong, what kind of righteous aura did he cultivate? How could he restrain me? So what? Although I'm a demon, the righteous aura of heaven and earth can't restrain me. In the end, I killed him. Of course, although I also died, I still retained a wisp of my soul. I borrowed his corpse and used the righteous aura to recuperate. I actually didn't die for tens of thousands of years. In the end, I still won this battle. Lin Xian fell silent. It seemed that they were another pair of old enemies. Previously, the Nine-Sun Sword Sage had been killed by the Great Demon. However, in the end, the Nine-Sun Sword Sage had also died with the Great Demon. In this generation, Lin Xian had killed the Great Demon. In the end, the Great Demon had summoned the first-generation demonic shadow, which had also almost killed him. If he didn't have the eye of space-time back then, he would probably have perished together. It seemed that the situation between the Great Sage of Black Mountain and the Great Sage of Seikong was similar. The two of them had been entangled for countless years and finally perished together. However, the Great Sage of Black Mountain had actually left behind a wisp of his soul. So what if you tell me this secret? Even if I know that you're the remnant soul of the Great Sage, do you think I'll stop? Lin Xian's face sank again. Of course, although I'm the remnant soul of the Great Sage of Black Mountain, I've been entangled with this old man Seikong for too long. That's why I have the memories of the Great Sage of Seikong. If you want the complete legacy of the Great Sage of Seikong, I might not be able to give it to you. However, if you want to take the Great Sage Pagoda, it's possible. How about it, kid? Let's make a deal. I'll help you take the Great Sage Pagoda and you spare my life. Take the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes burning. To be honest, although he was tempted by the inheritance of the Great Sage of Seikong, he didn't really need it. He had the two great inheritances of the Nine Suns and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. It was enough for him to cultivate to the level of the Great Sage. However, he was indeed very jealous of the treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda. After all, his current resources were far inferior to the peerless sects like the Dragon Valley and the Eight-Wind Palace. However, if he had the Great Sage Pagoda, it would be different. It could make up for the gap in resources. Therefore, Lin Xian was tempted. However, it was impossible to let the other party go so easily. Let him go. It's not that he couldn't, but the Great Sage Pagoda was not enough. You've ambushed me 3 times and the Great Sage Pagoda. I can't spare you from death. Unless, damn kid, don't push your luck. The Great Sage of Black Mountain roared crazily. He wanted to fight back, but he was beaten back again. In the end, he was like a deflated ball. He looked at the Great Dragon Sword Spirit with deep fear in his eyes. Damn kid, tell me. Unless what? It's very simple. Stay by my side, assist me when necessary, and help me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll set you free. What? You want to imprison me for 1,000 years? Dream on. The Black Mountain was so angry that his whole body trembled. Although he was only a spiritual body and was very damaged, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian sneered. If you don't agree, I'll destroy you now. Anyway, I'll give up this pagoda. I'll come and take it when I'm strong enough. Damn, you're ruthless. However, I can only assist you for 100 years. 500 years. Lin Xian stretched out a hand. If you're not willing, then there's no room for negotiation. 500 years it is. The great sage of Black Mountain gritted his teeth. Although it would take another 500 years, it was not bad for him to regain his freedom. Let's go, kid. Let me go. I'll use this great sage's corpse. The great sage of Black Mountain said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you can't occupy the great sage of Sikong's corpse. I need this corpse. Therefore, you have to find another place to stay. Damn kid, you're pissing me off. The great sage of Black Mountain was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, he had no choice. He couldn't defeat the other party now. Moreover, he knew the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Even if he was the great sage of Tsang, if this kid was determined to kill him, he could kill him bit by bit. Chapter 3402. Lin Xian turned his head and found that there was a treasure inside the seal. It was a black pendant. The pendant was in the shape of a crescent moon and emitted a mysterious aura. It was a soul-type defensive treasure. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. As expected of the great sage, he really knew how to choose a place for himself. Lin Xian smiled. Why did you come out? Do you need my help? Before he finished speaking, the great sage of the Black Mountain's voice sounded. I can still do such a small trick. He directly broke the seal, then rushed out and floated to Lin Xian's side. I can take it with me, but let me make some arrangements so that you don't have to take over my body. What should I do? At this point, Lin Xian directly injected the aura of the great dragon sword soul into the black crescent moon pendant. After confirming that there was no mistake, Lin Xian took it with him. He smiled because he knew that with the great dragon sword soul around, the other party would definitely not dare to be presumptuous. Because the other party looked at the great dragon sword soul with fear in his eyes. Speaking of which, Black Mountain, give me a few treasures first. Open these seals and let me choose. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was very passionate. When the great sage of the Black Mountain heard this, he almost vomited blood. Don't even think about it. I'm just a remnant soul now. Although I'm the remnant soul of the great sage, my strength is not as strong as yours. Therefore, it's impossible to break the seal. Breaking the seal just now has already consumed all of my strength, so you want me to recuperate for a few years before telling you about breaking the seal. You tricked me. Didn't you just say that you can use the great sage pagoda? Lin Xian's little face was a little dark. The Black Mountain chuckled. Ha, kid, I said that I can help you take the great sage pagoda. As for the seal in the great sage pagoda, I didn't say that I can help you break it. Damn, I've been tricked. This old monster is indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. As long as he kept the great sage pagoda, he would be able to decipher them one by one when he had the strength in the future. He said, all right, help me put away the great sage pagoda first, then we'll prepare to leave. Okay, no problem. Watch me. Black Mountain floated out from the crescent moon pendant and filled the air like a haunted house. His eyes were bloodshot. A whistling sound could be heard. Then, using some unknown method, the entire Great Sage Tower flickered with light, and Lin Xian was forcefully teleported out. As for the Great Sage Pagoda, it gradually shrank and turned into a pagoda, floating in midair. He directly put away the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the void ocean was really fruitful. First, he subdued the remnant soul of the Great Sage and used it for himself. Then, he collected the Great Sage Tower. Most importantly, he broke through and became a sage. Moreover, he was a sage who had combined the 5 elements. His strength had increased greatly. Those enemies and opponents of the past were no longer a problem in front of him. Even Yan Nantian, Lin Xian did not take him seriously now. If Yan Nantian had not broken through, he would probably be able to kill him with a few slaps. However, at the mention of Yan Nantian, he frowned. Yan Nantian was a very difficult enemy to deal with. Yan Nantian's talent was not inferior to his, and his opportunities were not less than his. If he broke through and became a sage, he would probably have many more tricks up his sleeve. At that time, it would be troublesome to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian said, "Black Mountain, hurry up. How do we get out? Think of a way. It's easy to get out. Do as I say and I guarantee that you will get out smoothly." Black Mountain laughed strangely. Then, Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void ocean. A year and a half had passed outside. However, no one came out. Everyone seemed to be very patient. On that day, a crack appeared in the void ocean again. Then, a figure appeared. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw that. Their auras burst out crazily. "He's out. Someone came out. It's Lin Xian. It's that kid." Countless thunderclaps sounded. The surrounding array formations flickered, and a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the front. Lin Xian was originally dizzy, but in an instant, he came to his senses. With a roar from the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian also unleashed a terrifying sword chi that swept in all directions. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a huge palm of 5-colored light shot out. At the same time, he used the Kunpeng movement technique and instantly tore through the void to arrive on the other side. All of that could be said to be smooth and decisive. Lin Xian dodged those attacks and arrived on the other side. His expression darkened. "Damn it, someone is ambushing me, and there are many of them." In the next moment, he saw a sea of people around him. The killing was monstrous, and there were even array formations flickering in the distance. It was simply an inescapable trap. "Damn, kid, what did you do? Why are there so many people after you?" The great sage of the Black Mountain kept asking. Lin Xian said, "Shut up, can't you see that I'm in danger? Kid, you've finally come out. Why don't you keep hiding? I thought you still had 100 more years. Hand over the inheritance of the great sage obediently, and I can spare your life. Kid, get over here and accept your death. How dare you kill the prodigy of my clan? I'll pull out your tendons and flay your bones. I'll let you live in hell for 10,000 years." Frenzied voices rang out one after another. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as though thunder was rumbling non-stop. Lin Xian swept his gaze around and took a good look at the people around him. They were the Sikong family, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dark Moon Temple, some sages, and other families. These people should have known about what happened in the Great Sage Pagoda. They thought that he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Sage. Damn it, who started this rumor? Kid, you've finally come out. I thought you were dead. The dark red divine dragon and the others floated over. Yenryu was also worried. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It's great that you're out. In the distance, Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langya Star also surrounded Lin Xian to protect him. It's good that you're fine. Sage Mubai, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Xian had unparalleled potential. If such a person died, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian looked at Sage Mubai and smiled. I got it. Did I get it? Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langya Star were also stunned. They thought that Lin Xian was lucky enough to come out alive. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also get it. What a surprise! Suddenly, Yenryu said in surprise. Your cultivation, your aura. She was really surprised. When the others sensed it, they immediately gasped. Sage, have you broken through to become a sage? The dark red divine dragon's face changed. Kid, did you encounter some danger that forced you to become a sage? You were just a little bit away from finding the magnetic stone and forming the 5 elemental laws. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.